I'm here to decide which voice skin I want to get. So either this one, yep, this one, or this one. I don't know, out of these three. So I just don't know which one to get. Like I can't really get any of these except for these, which I don't really want, and I can't get this or this or this or this or this. Let's check this one thing then. Just check this thing. See if it actually works this time. Fine, no, it don't work. Really good. Maybe chalices. Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. How does this glider work? Oh, that's boring. Just a glider, yeah. Oh, is it just the same thing? Or do you stand on it? It seems like you hold it then. So why does it show you with, it shows you with the skin there? So it doesn't show you with the skin here. Oh, it comes back. But that's a really bush skin now. It's like a really big skin, like really heavy, floaty type of skin. When you go on it, it says it's an icon skin. Because if you go on an actual icon skin, it'll come up like this. Like these shines. But this one look. Come in, guys. Come in. I'm back. Right. See, it shows that. Then if you go to this one, it shows that same thing as well. If you click on it, uncommon. I don't get it. Why bother do that? And there's people here saying that these can never be 800. There's never been a skin that's 800. When you're staring at one, that's 800. I might buy that skin, or I might buy some levels. I'm gonna buy levels, who cares? Not me. Just do it. I honestly don't care. How many? 30, let's say. 35. I have 25 from these. Which one's unlocked? I own that one, but... Oh, get this one. Oh, get this one. Oh yeah, no. I like these. Nice. Keep forgetting about that. Right, let's go into this. Which one do I want? I'm gonna forget this answer. That's it. That's all I can get. There. No, I only have 15. In a moment. Shouldn't he just done the Justice League? Would have been easier if he had his Cyborg. And then I think that's everyone. That's in the Justice League because he got Wonder Woman and everything else. Play some solos now. I told you I'll get my gaming chair, didn't I? So yeah. Man, soon I'll be lower down. So soon, like, you'll see lower down this gaming chair. Like maybe Friday. Yeah, so Friday is when our next stream is. So make sure to keep a lookout for that stream. Let's go, guys. Right, can we get in there? Let's just land here and can't. I'll be just trying to level up. So I'm level 151, guys. One minute, guys. 1 minute. A live stream I was watching earlier came on. Right, randomly. Just so I was controlling my phone. Oh, I'm creeped out now. I feel creeped out. Go ahead, itchy head. Gosh darn it. Ooh. So sniper. How much XP do I even get off one? I don't know, didn't really show me. Just gave me a random amount. Damn! No, I can get random things. I know I can get loot off it. But I never know I can get left. Alright. Wait. No, these are better. Close. It's far range, this isn't it? Right, that's the line. I want to go for there. That chicken. Oh, you want a chicken, just slide up to it and run into you. You can do that. See? You just have to get it. It's a perfect plot. Ready to go. You get it. Yeah. Sweet. Slide up big 100 meters. Oh, I should have waited to see what it was. Should have waited to see which one I'd get. Ooh, I'll get that as well. See, still going. Is it fast moving? No, it's a it's fast moving. Let's go. We'll have a bird. Let's hit this one here. Holy crap. You're so far with these. And if I find another one, just keep bouncing and hitting them. Instantly pick you up. Why doesn't me switch into a new weapon? Put him down. Maybe it's because I'm trying to do some action. I don't know though. Alright. Just gonna save up on my... Wait, wouldn't this be choking it? Because I'm swimming. Oh, wait, what? These frogs just randomly die. Because we have a proper reason why they die. He just left me. What? How much HP is he on? 75? I hate it so much. This is unfair. I'm gonna spectate him. So I'll play most of the time. Maybe this is how I'm bad. Then sometimes I play like this. Sometimes I play like this. Sometimes I don't play like this. But I mainly play like this. It feels funny. It's just like easy for to like. You know, I've got inverted controls where it's easier for me. So this makes me weak up. This makes me down. Yeah. Oh, I just hold it like that. And I just button bash. And then I'm gonna end up winning. $3,000 match XP total. Actually, I'm on ball. Let's just switch to a new player. I'm just gonna watch this entire match. Just cause, like, it'd be funny. What are your stats? Nice weapon. Really nice weapon. Oh, they have Drake's map. I'm gonna watch this person. They have Drake's map. And they have a lot of maps. And they might have a crown. But for some reason it doesn't show you the crowns. Is it telling them it's over here? So maybe they know how to find it without having to use the map. Or they've just been told idiots and making it found. Nope. That won't be allowed. So let's go. Is he really serious? Alright, no, he's following it now. Okay, I can know where it is. Oh, he's got, oh, it's right there, I think. So we'll be able to see. It's right there then. Oh yeah, it's right there. Oh wow. See what you get from there? Holy crap! What the flip? What the hell? This was in game win. Telling you now. Right. Slide, dumbass. I spoke too soon. You should have got the dumb med kit. They were stupid. You didn't have a game win. Who's this new shooting at? I think they just left. Brilliant. Oh, what's double down? Flow. Yeah, see. I go back. What? Wait, now it's a different person. I'm a different person. So that's fine. Instantly go that way. I don't know if I told you the word. I don't know if I did the word. Didn't you just stand there and try to shoot someone for ages? And finally shot them with a sniper. By the way, I never played this controller that connected to my PlayStation, which is a potential use. Shit, it work. Okay. I'm just being fascinating. Look at that. It switches on like 10 times, so I'm just being fascinated. See, if I press it now, there's nothing to the screen. So if I press this one, got it connected to that for this side. So if I cut this in half, this will go to nothing. Then this side will go to what? Wait, if I press like selection, the other thing is like selection. If I go back to really, let's go back to this first one. I just realised you can't see me. My God. Ruby 9037. Ruby Rubes. I know her. She's in my college. Yeah, she's in my college. Amazing. Like, yeah, amazing. What the hell? That from my old winner. Oh my God, the pen. Half of them. Look at how much loot, aka much, they have. Why? Oh my God! Whoa. No, don't shoot. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. How old am I? 15. Do I still go to school? Oh, sorry, look at my eyes, sorry. Do I still go to No. I left when I was like 14, now I'm in college. Alright. So, let's just do that. Just get it over with. Let's just get it over with, you know? Let's get on my nerves. Oh yeah, no, I haven't showed you my thingy, my winner goal. So when I'm playing, I'm like, yeah! Like if I get a victory crown, win now, I'll do that, yeah! And I'll start dancing on and doing stuff. And then the next game I have to play like this. I have to play this until I get two kills, and then I can play normal again. Watch, I'm going to slam instantly when I'm going to load in. I've got a loading glitch. Usually doesn't take this long. Wait, I can't sink basketballs, I don't have a basketball. Oh. Nine, did you not just say? It's just get through. Surely I got my first one, easy. Just get this one. Try this one. I'm trash. Trash?
Double wrap this sham. I'm on the second letter. I'm thinking shoot a pass. I might 360 the pass, leave it for the bam.
You ready? So imagine I went in there though. What would you do there? Surely that was in. What else does it want me to do? I'm gonna go all... Oh, wait, I know what I have to do now. I have to get all these different ones, don't I? I can't now. I'm going. See, try and get up there. Like, seriously?
Just like channels when you switching stations, they be looking at that boy like he's so amazing. G.O.D. on my side, no more explanations. That's all I gotta say.
I don't get it. It won't go all the way up there though. I have to go up here.
I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not coming, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day.
I have it over there.
I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not coming, so I live in a moment. It's a good day to have a good day. It's a good day to have a good day. Woke up this morning with my mind on my money, hard work paying off. I don't owe nobody nothing on my way.
Maybe? Yes!
I'm trying to function and touch a even though we in public. You playing hard to get, but I'm thinking easy does it. To have a good time, that's all I ever wanted. I dreamt that a genie came and gave me 3 wishes.
Oh, it's too far away. Maybe there's one in here? Yes! You can say? Bro, what? I think they knew this would happen. So they just did it and left it. 4 out of 9 done. In here as well, gotta be. Oh, that's not. I knew there would be some in here. Let's go. I didn't get one in here as well. There. These ones go fast though. Back there. Do they all run over there? No. Okay, if that one's there, then there's got to be another one over here. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I can't get up there. Oh, there. Right, here. better than those 4. See these bins there? Yes! Right. Go. See, I've done 9. I've done 18. Now these are the seats. Here.
I ain't know I was coming with something like that. Ooh, got my mask on, got my gloves on. Hey, Harry, first the world, X casual. Hey, I don't think they ready for the spasm. Waves, where you think you going? You can't miss this. Turn it up to max and sit back. Hey, this the type of beat to make your glass break. Hey, I feel like Stone Cold with the glass break. Wait, where you think you going? You can't miss this. Turn it up to max and sit
Right, there's going to be some over here.
Wait, huh?
You can show one.
Beat to make you jump some. I got too much energy like Lil Pump some.
Here, here.
Running Forrest Gump some. Trying to tell me this ain't hard.
Try to think yourself.
Must be out. And I'm rocking pink and white like I'm Trick.
Wherever there's a basket. Wherever there's a basket. Thanks.
Don't even know what's up next, but I'm still lit. And I keep a teacher in the front like a
Please save us. Please save me.
finally find a meal. It ain't about the money, but if I get it, then I will quit. I can't do no 9 to 5 forever. I got big dreams. Myself above it, mindset is on 6 strings. I remember used to call my mama, come and get me. Now every time she see me casual, pull up in a Bentley. I ain't flexing, it's just motivation. So many talents, just like channels when you switching stations. They be looking at that boy like he's so amazing. G.O.D. on my side, no more explanations. That's all I gotta say.
Let me test. Really? Let me test this out. That actually doesn't.
I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow
Really?
so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day. It's a good day to have a good day. I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not promised, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day. It's a good day to have a good day. Woke up this morning with my mind on my money, hard work paying off. I don't owe nobody nothing on my West Coast, so you know I'm trying to function and touch a. Even though we in public, you playing hard to get, but I'm thinking easy does it to have a good time.
Right.
All I ever wanted, I dreamt that a genie came and gave me 3 wishes. A Cuban link chain, fly goes a bad. I'm street dreaming on the beach even, and some high-end cakes from the last season. 'Cause I know nobody got them. That's the
Commercial this went in there and I was like, dude.
better treatment. Slow down, can't lose 'cause I don't know how. One day, then I gotta skip town. No
Why did you do this?
energy allowed. I'ma show you how. I
See.
woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not promised, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day.
You have to be kidding me.
Have a good day. I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not promised, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day.
This is your all the
Have a good day.
bloody levels. There's a boa. Let's try do this one.
Yeah. Look, pulling the spot. Ooh, watch how I drop. Believe it or not, this isn't all that I got. They told me to rock, that's not how I rock. Now I gotta pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for commas. I gotta do what I promise.
Nice.
Spot. Ooh, watch how I drop.
16.
Believe it or not, this isn't all that I got. They told me to rock, that's not how I rock. Now I gotta pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for commas.
17.
I do what I promise. Green, every light around me is green. Go time,
tells you the new emotes. This one's a bit well, let me check the first one now. Let's have a look at them. That's boring. That's boring. Right, show us one. Okay, I'm choosing one. Come on for this one, and then what about this one? But, well, oh, one there. There's one of the basketballs. Yeah, that means give me more here. I just know this. Oh, imagine we just went this way, which is 2 on the side. Nice and Easter egg. What do I get wrong? 18k in general. Can I just get... Wait, what if I do a commercial now then? Okay, now here's the balloon. Cool thing. Did I do anything? No. So many! Wait, what? I did that one, but not that one.
I ain't know I was coming with something like that.
I think I've done these ones, come easy.
Got my gloves on.
See, these ones are hard ones because they go faster. They do these up here. 21, 23, 24. And the 24th one. I'm 21 so far. 22, 23. So there's the last one. Oh, I can go out. Don't go out the barn. Finally! 22, 23. I've got a last one that I need to do. Oh, I know where that is. Yes! Alright, let's go pick this other one. The hell?
Yeah. I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not promised, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day. It's a good day to have a good day. I woke up this morning like I gotta
I didn't be here all day, answer.
Tomorrow's not promised, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day.
1, 2.
It's a good day to have a good
Champion, I don't read it.
Woke up this morning with my mind on my money, hard work paying off. I don't owe nobody nothing on my West Coast, so you know I'm trying to
Go.
function and touch a. Even though we in public, you playing hard to get, but I'm thinking easy does it to have a good time.
Go.
That's all I ever wanted. I dreamt that a genie came and gave me 3 wishes: a Cuban link chain, fly clothes and bad.
Go.
Street dreaming on the beach.
Yes!
It's some high end cakes from the last season, 'cause I know nobody got
I'm 27 done.
so I dress to impress and get the better treatment. Slow down, can't lose 'cause I don't know how. One day then
24, 25, 24, 25, 26.
I'ma show you how.
two up there.
Tomorrow's not coming, so I live in the moment. It's a
I think there's some other up there.
It's a good day to have a good
Have a good day.
I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not coming, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day. It's a good day to have a good day. Let's go. Yeah.
Light it up.
New York, stand up.
Yeah.
Up there.
Pull in the spot. Ooh. Watch how I drop. Believe it or not, this isn't all that I got.
Oh.
They told me to rock, that's not how I rock.
Hey.
I gotta pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for commas. I gotta do what I promise.
Can I just
Pull in the spot. Ooh. Watch how I drop.
like somehow cheat? Wait, can I just cheat this?
Told me to rock, that's not how I rock. Now I gotta pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for
I
commas.
can put this.
I gotta do what I promise. Green. Every light around me is green. Go time. Iron the seams. Yeah. Now it's full of the steam. And I'm really great. Okay. I might just make it a scene. Trust I've been plotting a scheme to do what you see. And by the time that you see it, I dream
No, I
into
can't
a
cheat
for a
that.
Prius. I hit Sedona when I need a re-up. All that I do is for the family. And know we getting better every time you see us. Like, mama, we made it for real. Me no bluff, no cap. Me no bluff and cap. Me no bluff with rapping.
I can do that.
Watch how I drop. Believe it or not, this isn't all that I got. They told me to rock. That's
I can't get that one then.
pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for commas. I gotta do what I promise. Pulling the spot.
Check around here.
Watch how I drop. Believe
Make
it or
sure that
not,
mate.
this isn't all that I got. They told me to rock. That's not how I rock. Now I gotta pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for commas. Yeah, gotta do what I promise.
Oh, well, nice. Do this one.
My Nike dancing. All that good deep play gon' get me activated. Ankle breakers, I might double tap, step back or might belay it. Think I'm going right, I come back left, I had the Euro step. Stephen Curry, try and double team, I pull up in a hurry. Cross that, step back, double tap, spin back, fillet that, double tap, pass that. I might just doing bad, I might block off the glass, I might just hesitate, double wrap this sham. I'm on the second letter, I'm thinking shoot a pass. I might 360 the pass, leave it for the bam. I might just cross that, I might just step back, I might just double tap,
No.
I might just fillet that, I might just double
I wasn't expecting this one though, but yeah, I expected it, yeah.
cross that, I might just step back, I might just double tap, I might just spin back, I might just fillet that, I might just double tap, I might just pass that, I might just step back.
Is you okay? Wait, like this slow.
I ain't know I was coming with something like that. Ooh, got my mask on.
Maybe you have to jump man.
Hey, can't reverse the world.
Hmm.
Cash 'em. Hey, I don't think they ready for the special.
You're okay?
Where you think you going, you can't miss this. Turn it up to max and sit back and watch that.
Did you? But
This the type of beat that make your glass break. Hey, I feel like Stone Cold with the glass break. Wait, where you think you going, you can miss.
timing.
Turn it up to
It's
max
just timing it.
and watch that bass hit. Wait,
Get it right.
this the
And actually stand far back enough. And know how far back you have to stand.
got me running for it. Don't
Go!
trying to tell me that
I hate this.
some crazy. Must be out, must be. And I'm rocking pink and white like I'm Trees. When little cash I'm on the
Go!
he be spitting.
I completely missed that man.
Them people on your back, they be I don't even know what's up.
Thanks for the crazy looking one.
And I keep a teacher in the front like a field trip. Know I'm going hard, think I finally found a meal tip. It ain't about the money, but if I get it, then I will quit. I ain't do no 9 to 5 forever, I got big dreams. Myself above it, mindset is on 6 strings. I remember used to
Go further back then.
come to get me now every time she
Go.
catch them pull up in a Bentley. I ain't
Crazy
flexing,
one.
I ain't flexing, it's just motivation. So many talents, just like channels when you switching stations. They be looking at that bread,
Right here.
so amazing. GOD on my side, no more explanations.
Damn it, no, I'm not moving. Nice.
Yeah.
Now move towards me. I'm gonna cry.
This morning with my mind on my money, hard work paying off. I don't owe nobody nothing on my West Coast. So you know I'm trying to function and touch a even though we in public. You playing hard to get, but she does it to have a good time. That's all I ever wanted. I dreamt that a genie came and gave me 3 wishes. A Cuban link chain, fly goes a bad. I'm street training on the beach even. And some high end cakes from the last season. Cause I know nobody got them, that's the main reason. So I dress to impress and get the better treatment. Slow down, can't lose cause I don't know how. One day then I gotta skip town. No negative energy allowed. I'ma
Breathe, Bloodshot, breathe.
I woke up this morning like I gotta get going. Tomorrow's not promised, so I live in the moment. It's a
There.
good day to have a good day.
Literally,
It's a good day
literally.
to have a good day. I woke up this morning like I gotta get going.
Bloodshot.
Tomorrow's not promised, so I live in the moment. It's a good day to have a good day. It's a good day to have a good day.
Jump. Back a little bit. Jump. A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yes, here.
Pulling the spot. Ooh. Watch how I drop. Believe it or not, this isn't all that I got. They told me to rock. That's not how I rock. Now I gotta pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for commas. I gotta do what I promise. Pulling the spot. Ooh. Watch how I drop. Believe it or not, this isn't all that I got. They told me to rock. That's not how I rock. Now I gotta pop Madonna. Trading my traumas for commas. I gotta do what I promise. Green. Every light around me is green. Go time. Iron the seams.
No. Shouldn't have did that then.
And I'm really great.
No.
Just making a scene.
Why did they do that? Hey, I'll give me something. I'll give me body some space off there. Oh, it's one of these ones. I'm screwed then. You choose which one you want first. Then as you go up, then as you go up, I think you get. Oh wait, what? Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, of course I'm getting attacked. Hell yeah, P90. Oh, bloody cool. Wait. Nice, get into the attack. This gold then, if you just buy all this. Like this. It's pretty nifty siege. And yeah, it's done. Oh, I'm sorry, instead of using this, use that. Instead of P90, use that. Instead of this other sniper, use this. Kit X is sharp. Damn it! Woo! It's sick, I love it. What's this? Chop. God damn it. I should have just. I think I'm just gonna exchange this for sniper. It's a good day, they have a good day. Wasn't there one of these as a sniper though? Oh, what? Damn it! Got me! We're not on the other team! Sorry, this might be a chill stream, but I'm having a go at myself. Chill stream must be chill, man. Oh, damn, boys. Oh, mid-iron old babe. Boy. Come and kiss my big Lily. MP. Machine pistol. You mean a machine gun? MP? I don't know. I don't care. Torments of a PT. I'm running a shot there. Whoa! I hate this. We should get 15 per kill. Maybe they're not looking at you from down here, so you can shoot them from up here. Oh, they spawned in. I shoot up now. Oh, I jump down. Naughty, Baba. No. That one's gone, so I'm gonna get another one. I'm gonna get this one, get another one. I'm gonna put 2 down so I'll get extra. Put 1 down. here. And then one there. Well, this didn't seem that bad this game. No. What? Wait a minute. How many can you have? Two in each one. Oh, I can put 4 down. 1, 2, 3. And I got one for me. Then whenever they try to take us, you can just shoot them. Oh! Yo! That was a kill for a kill! That was sick. Now they're having that. Oh, that's good now. Sure, the one up there should be still good. Yeah, the one up there is still good. Wait till that one up there goes off. Oh, it goes off. It went off, I think. Yeah, it went off. They take it off. Baga biga bichinka panka pastida. You should never see the phone, pastida. Now si magana panka pastida. Panka pastida. Questa la pastida. Puki cola para puki cola yala. Awa. Oh no, my help! Oh, so sad. What was it? Oh, get up. Wait for it. No, stay. Stay the hell still there, baby. I think the show picture goes straight to your house as well. Huh? Tell me how I just died! I'm gonna stay the hell still, I'm gonna go mad. Nice, let's go. Yes, come out. Dang it, went down. Oh, they were coming over. specific. It's not always just like this. Yo! On the corner of my screen? It's not the corner of my screen. Like an invisible duo? Maybe I'm gonna look down. Good for his head. Bald fat head. Shoot that! Yes, man, go up! Let's get out. Yo, what the flip? Yeah! That's what really just gets stuck looking around. Wait, what happens if I go in the corner? Keep it off. I'm gonna change this just to a normal grappler. See how many nerves. Is this just infinite? Is this one also infinite? I just want this one. It's infinite. I'm sick of the grapple glider thing. It's good in some situations. Like the ones where the situations where I won't get from here to over there. Actually, yeah, you see. Or I could just do this. Wait a minute, I don't know. Dang it, they got it. No. Come on. Why are you running towards them? Stupid, something cool. Do you want to die? I sure think you do. dang it, bro. I was there for ages. You ready? I'm gonna go out with camera now. Oh, it's still in camera. Still in the camera. Yeah, so this is me standing up even closer, so soon I'll be right here. And then before you'll know it, I'll be right here. Then. Okay, there we go. And then I'm just gonna get this because it's easier. Even this will annoy me, and I know it will. Let's get P90. Damn it, should have gone P-N-O P-N-I-N-O P-N-I-N-E-O the lads. You are the dad. You're the father. Dad. In my dagger. Hello, Daddy. Come on. You know, see, I'm just gonna go down. Sorry about that. Huh? Holy crap! Easy. Watch me say easy after. Watch me say easy and then die. Watch me. So I'm gonna go up now. I'm gonna die. He's after me now. He goes instantly after this skin, thinking it's me. Which is me, but then what if it isn't me? He goes instantly after them and realise it isn't me. No, okay. Okay. Yay, that's mine. Get P90 again. Nice, got 150 coins, that's the most coins I've ever had. See, I killed him, just now he's after me. Chug a walkie. Ew. raining bad. See if we go. The door leads outside, yes, balcony. No, I'm not showing you. Everybody. Now they're going to come into here, watch. They're going to try to storm kill us now. It always happens. Now we're gonna try and kill me because I think I'm a really good pro. I think I'm bad, but then I'm also good at the same time. There was a guy! That was a massive! And he was killing him! What did he do to kill me? I'm beautiful, look at me. I am a ghost. You need to go! I'm gonna put my head up for a minute. Oh, dude. Peacock. Oi! What the fuck is that, Jeff? Seriously? That's funny. That's funny, eh? Oh, I bet you think it's hilarious. Well, guess what? Get wrecked, boy. Guess what again? Goodbye. You're not killing me. No more. Maybe no habit. You stupid capital. Stupid capital. Get him out of bloody way. No. Oh crap! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Oh! Look there! He came up! Oh look at me! There! Oh my god! Oh my god! I wish I had a heart attack. Flip them! Flip me! Basically just died. Basically walked up to me and said, boo. Come here, little B. And I was just like, Scandinavian person. I know that's racist. You're Scandinavian, the skin. Not a flipper. I'm standing, I don't care. You want a gold star for killing me then? Go on, take the gold star. So much you're a pro. So you're a pro at the ball camping them. People. That's so pro-like, isn't it? Well done! Oh, I'm gonna send people, celebrity Fortnite characters these. They're Fortnite Epic Games gonna be like, whoa, I never knew they were amazing. I'm gonna give them 10 million bajillion V-Bucks. Gonna give them any skin. I'm gonna give them mods and everything and hacks. And every time we get caught, we're gonna ban them and then unban them straight away. Because it says, this person can't be banned. They are amazing. Try to ban them? You can't. Try not to ban them. You can not ban them. Hello, Daddy. That's okay, I get me. Game. I see you. How do you see me when I'm not in the point of view of you? I'm not in the POV. I'm not in your POV there. I can't see you. I can't see you when I'm here. You expect me to? You can see me, but yes. Again. You're cheating. You have to be. See, you see a sliding person. Shoot. I can't see them, but they can see me. Great. Bloody hell, that rain's going even harder. Thank God you're dead. No! No! Tense. I'm secretly Booger's brother. I'm secretly Booger's brother, and he gives me tips on how to be better. I'm Booger's little brother. He's actually English, not American. I sound a bit funny, that's why. I'm just stand there right there. You know, I'm getting sick of this happy. I want multiple shoots. Go. They see because they are higher up. Oh, I get you now. So because they're higher up, they can see me instantly. They can see me from a higher layer instantly. See, I got better. No! Why? Why bother coming to my area? What's your flipping point? Why did you get a kill off me? Oh, I'll be killers. Please. You better be out. They better be out. They're not out here. They're not out of my area. They were in there somehow. Let me spawn kill me now. Just in case it's still there. I can go my base, I'll go nice. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. There we go. Now I'm in the base. Let's go. Right, so I went to the base. Oh my god, I should have voice cracked then. I don't care if I die off it. I won't kill it. I'm gonna get back there. Change my directions. Go away! Unbelievable! Amazing! You found like the spawn killers. And literally. You are right, damn right. Go up in a minute. Ever since we went to there, they realised that they've given our base. See now they're going to come over. So down here, no one can see me except them. Come here. Oh no, they're coming in. Little cow. Little chica. Oh, good, I killed them. Family time, that they didn't kill me. Go, get me that, get me that, get me that. Let's go. Why did I go in there? See, now that I died, there's going to be a new one. She told you things are ready as well. Shows it when people get them. See if I can glide into one. So let's just walk off. Come on, goose chase. See if she's leading on a goose chase, they'll never get you. Really? Chat, I couldn't. I get it. I'll go into the base and they would instantly kill me. That's the thing. Oh, this is how you meant to do it. You might go. Get it. Leave a manager. How come I've got these two good? Just lock them around there though. Yeah. So I didn't do this one. Go in! Yes! I actually finished them all. Sure, I'll play. Levels. I'll have to meet the row. Alright up. I. She's so young, ugly ass face. She has not a bush, she's so ugly. Oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? Turn this down so I can't really hear anyone. Oh, actually, I don't hear anyone. Right, let's go 3. Oh, my game's glitching. How do we get all this stuff? Do we have to like go out? But how do we get the first ever stuff that we need? Oh, here. I'm stupid then. I won't even get any then. So shall I go into him? Dirty. Again? Stick out. Let's do that. Oh, I just broke that then. Oops. So you go around it, you dimwit. My job. That's 23. I get 50 mats. Another few 50. No. I have 9. Oh, they're stealing it off me. Yes, mine. 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 Hers. Hers. Mine. Mine. Oh, yo! They just decided, some of them just decided to leave whenever I'm here. Oh no, he's getting them all. I'm getting them all now. No, he's getting them all. 103, mate. Oh my god. Kidding me. Max this out. Right, come on. Sorry guys, I've been talking over. You don't really know what's going on. Sweet. Let's see how. Slow this is. What did they break? What is she breaking up? Bruh. So let's see if I got down now. How did they get in? Must have got in from here. But like in general, where did they get into this entire place? They blocked this up. I can't I'm the only one who's here. Can't be the only one who's in this entire light. This place is insane.
وكذلك نشتم.
The hell? Voice. We've got 6 of them all. Utility. Breedy bomb roach defo. Can't afford it. I have to get both of them. Never mind drugs. I need ammo. What's my ammo? Couldn't aim him before, could I? The people Jack's party are facing the cases. $149 of that? No way. Ammo. What is this ammo? What's the ammo that you use? This pistols. It's small ammo. Oh bloody, let me use it then. Bruh. Oh my god, I just touched that then. You get 60 points for pistols. Sweet. I'm guessing we lost. Yeah, I lost. We have to get XP for... Wait, it's 5,000! Stand it in the middle. Whoa. Another 500. Oh my god, actually, I'm just going to stand there and wait. Where are we, probably? Which, if I leave that, will that just give me multiple XP? So I'm going to level up just, and I was level 152. Just leave that and get Oh no. Got space too. Damn it! No! No! Darn it. Where's my teammate? Hey, you're trash, teammate. I'm gonna say to my car like it's your birthday. Whoop. Give me your money, bitch. Move, idiot. You're doing this to make you run around. You don't even have to use such funny, like, let's go in there. Yeah, I should know, on you. Oh wait, you can only get them. Where's it? Oh yeah, here. 100. Now. Yeah, that's right, go! Give me some! Almost 100. Almost 100. Almost 100. Almost 100. Almost 100. Almost 100. Bro! Almost 100. Almost 100. Over 100. Over 100. Over 100. Okay, that's more than I need. Wait, build the game. No. Wait, these aren't broke. Ah, so because these are on your actual property, they don't break. Oh, give me 11. I should get 100 right now. Yeah, sucker. It's more than 100. That's right, leave. No! Mine. You know, I'm gonna buy a load of. I know. What do you mean I can't buy them? Bust down, girl. No! Screw you then. Oh no! What are you doing that for? I work so hard for them. Go back to hub, play one last match, and then it'll be my time to go. So you want full face reveal, guys? So here's the hair reveal for it, which you've probably seen. If you want full face reveal, go to my Twitch account. No. Ooh, let's go on. Go. Stink. Here's my TikTok account. Keegan TikToks. Remember? Keegan TikToks. You got that? Keegan TikToks. Okay, so add me there, and I have a load of pictures and that. I have a load of pictures and videos of my face. So you'll be able to see my face. I know I've got two phones, by the way. If you didn't watch my stream. No, we didn't, because no one watched my stream. But you watch them after. It's a bit weird. Oh, the qualifiers from the 2 is no live, and then we still got DC. High heaps. Clay. Yeah, I'm level 152 now. No, it was live. Watch FNC's. Something to do with liveness. So watch FNC's on this, okay? Get me snacks out then. Ooh. Wait a minute. Maybe this is a gun review. It's a booty cheeks. Oh god, that actually does make me off a lot. It's normal. But then, boop boop. Got the popcorn. When it comes on, I'm gonna be eating this and new cam off. What do you do in here? I don't know, and it's boring me. Let's go back and see what it says. Everybody wants to be my enemy. It's not party. Yay. Watch FNC's at Legends Landing. When? Like right now? One top shop, stop shop, broadcast. Sure. No, wait, I don't want your private. Why you private? Got more snacks. Alright, so when this does come on, if it does come on, I'll be with this mask off and the camera off. the inventory on is slowest it's ever run. You watching over there? I don't think I know you do.
You got to be a little bit careful here, and as he gets traded, but there we go, there comes the third party yet again, and what I said, you got to be so careful, you got to evaluate the situation, and not even in front of you, but also behind you, because people are going to be hearing those shots coming out, and they're coming in for Storm Surge as well, and Billfink here unfortunately has to run away because his teammate gets eliminated as another team tries to sneak back in, and it was Link in default, and Hydra also now disengaging, and their inventory is not looking too hot.
Not at all, and even though this is kind of drastic on the side of Fink as just being a solo player, you have to realize, yeah, it's not the worst and not the, absolutely disastrous situation that Hydro's in, because they've got no build whatsoever. Now, though, 2 players coming in, fully shielded up, full mats, this is where Fink's in a little bit of trouble.
And this is exactly why Link in default, they disengage very early on in Chonkers, right? This is the exact same reason. You saw this team try to third party that fight over there at the Butterbond split. They got eliminated by the third party. Link in default now, they realize that is such an option near Chonkers. There's so many teams around there. There's a lot of those rifts as well nearby that you can...
No.
Unfortunately, not a good game 2 here for them.
And you can say in all these kind of post-early game eliminations, like in between the early mid-game, it's a lot more organized madness. It's a lot of just 2 players coming in a little bit later and ending fights in an instant. There's no more dragged-out fights that Boot was talking about all the way from the early game. Now it's just people picking up the scraps from around the map, and now we'll kind of transition to that point where we'll see a lot more bases, a little bit more farming finally, as people get out of their spots as well. Janice, Seti, Savage, all on your screen right now.
Yeah, and look at the bottom left here, bottom right here for Savage and Benji. This zone is pretty good for them in terms of surge tags. There's a lot of mountains on this board side. There's a big body of water that can hold out on players. But, they got to get out of tilted soon enough because they're going to miss a lot of opportunities. And teams realize how hard this zone is to play. This southern zone near Rocky Views, there's so many mountains. You do not want to be late here as Benji and Savage. With 3 minutes left to go until the zone is closed, they're finally coming out now. So I'm not really sure how much tags they got in. And they may have gotten a few off spawn to justify this sort of late rotate out of this draw spot. But as you can see, teams are now outside of this mountain near tilted. And they're kind of stuck down here, Shayo.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, close and personal. It's kind of funny, too, because you're trying to get out, and then you're tossed into these wacky situations. EU in general has been kind of wacky as well. You'd assume some people would be landing snipes, but you just saw that stat on screen. 4 pickaxe eliminations. I mean, off-spawn is getting that crazy. People don't have weapons. They're going for that disrespectful swing.
Yeah, you don't really want to run a sniper. There's so much you can carry in your inventory this season. You have your peppers, you have those shield case that Benji's carrying. Interesting enough, he has 2 in his inventory. You don't really see that too often, but those are great. Shayo, did you know you can throw a shield keg on a car and it works?
Really?
Drive with it.
Comment, guys.
Eliminations in any sort of lobby, in any sort of final, and Janice and Vortex, they don't know it's them, so they disengage. Yeah. If they did know it was them, maybe they would want to get a piece of them, but I don't know, Shayo.
Yeah, they're kind of like the hot knife, and then you see Pink is kind of like the butter, right? But both teams are in a dark kitchen, so they're not going to be able to know exactly who is who, and luckily no one gets sliced in half. Vortex and Janice end up prioritizing position, which is very smart. And sometimes we see that. We saw it a lot in the history of FNCS. These aggressive teams get a little bit too into that mindset and end up kind of spiraling their game, tunnel visioning on that aggression. It's really cool to see Janice and Vortex not only play so well, but know when to turn on the aggression and then turn it off and go for position.
Yeah, and that's sort of a thing that comes back to mentality, right? These guys, you know, you have something practiced. Let's say you get a coach, and your coach tells you need to box up on this spot, you need to go over here to get Storm Surge tags. But when you're in the moment, you are in fight or flight response mode. And basically, all that happens gets thrown out the window. You know, there's that... I don't know exactly what the saying is, Sean. Something about being punched in the face, and you don't know what's happening. But, you know, that's exactly that sort of feeling, you know? You're going to be going for the aggression. That's what you know. That's what you know. That's what you've done before. And I guess Vortex and Janice, they're trying to do that yet again. But, you know, they do have a little bit of restraint, as we see Joe and Benno. They already have 2 eliminations, interesting enough, Shayo.
Yeah, they're going in. The word for that for me is frazzled. When you get frazzled, you get a little bit jostled in the brain, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know exactly what I'll be honest. I might need to open a dictionary here on the second one.
Get a lesson from 11, right? This man has like 3 dictionaries rolled up. Yeah, young Shakespeare with the 5-syllable words, but... We'll see how it goes. Although, hold up. So this is a little trick as well. That's what it is. You got to wait a few seconds for the threshold update. I always have a knee-jerk reaction to seeing a team below Surge. But Benji and Savage, this one is solidified. 22 below.
Yeah, and that's what I said, right? They took way too long to get out of Tilted Towers. Another 22 below Surge, right? Everyone that they wanted to get tags on is already rotated past them. And, you know, there's a few teams still behind them. They're waiting right outside of zone because they know that they can get most of the tags outside of zone here. But, you know, they're going to be in a tough spot. And I feel like, you know, I hate to bring up practice, but this is where experience comes back into, is that these sort of situations. Or maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm just trying to push my agenda just a little bit too much.
Now we'll see how it goes. 22 above now. It seems like when it's Benji and Savage, the world just aligns for them in certain moments. And right now, it kind of has to. You see that beam from the sky. That's not a visual error at all. When you're watching things on broadcast right now, we have this thing. Whenever we're inside this big overarching drone shot, you can see exactly who's in first place. You can even see at the bottom left right now. It's a new addition to this season. The team and the number beside them is actually their live leaderboard spot in-game for the moment. So after that first one, it's Benji and Savage. That's team number 1 in first place. We go to the other side of the board. Let's magnet all the way down to the South Pole. In 31st, it's Andalex X-Squeeze.
Yep, 8 below here. And this was actually a decent zone for Andalex and X-Squeeze, surprisingly enough. But, you know, they are going to get pushed here, so that's a blessing in disguise for them. You know, you always love it when you're below Surge and the team pushes you because, you know, you're on the back foot, but they have to run into you. So you know you're going to get guaranteed tags. Benji Savage, in the meantime, 174 above Surge. Managed to get in, and you did see that you utilized that shield keg, you know, to trade Surge because you're going to get a lot of Surge shield back from that shield keg. So you're able to trade a lot of Surge, take 50-50s, and that's a free shield and Surge spot there coming out there.
Absolutely. It's all about that balance. You might be even asking back home, kind of looks different from the game. Everyone plays themselves. Why aren't people pushing boxes all the time, 24/7, just going for the fights? You don't want to risk getting damaged yourself. Savage and Benji go for a quick drop down right there, but don't find that much success. They're going to stop a little bit because they need to make sure they temper their resources for the rest of the game. They also have a long ways to go. I count about 10 different teams in front of them, and this is a very good personification for what it looks like for everyone. The house is burning. Everyone's about to basically catch on fire. They need to move very soon. This is not a comfortable place to be in at all. Benji is in a world of hurt.
The roof is on fire. I mean, and unfortunately, you know, it does go back out. You know, I thought we were going to see some spicy things there. You know, it is sort of, you know, it's a little bit scary sometimes when they have fire all around your base because it makes your edits also a little bit weird. Sometimes you can't edit that wall, so you got to be a little bit careful. But if you take a look at the zone here, bottom around the map, you see zone pulls far yet again. So all of those north teams, you know, the teams that did well last game, Benji and Savage, and they tilted, not a bad zone for them, but they're going to be one of the last teams to rotate too, and they don't have a Kara, they don't have any sort of rotates, and they have a team right next to them that's going to be holding them out for Surge as well, as Jeff is having a little dive in zone here. Not sure what they're doing here, Shayo.
Might be a class down onto Andalex and Squeeze. They might be down on Surge and looking for a few angles. They seem kind of desperate. Seems like another, you know, predator hunting its prey situation, but Andalex has basically an invisible radar on. He knows exactly what people are thinking. That's just the way he kind of plays the game. The fundamentals always just so strong in knowing what's around him, the awareness. So they find a quick pickup. They're going to keep moving.
Yeah, but, you know, again, the zone is tough for them. I mentioned this, the mountains, the hills. There's going to be so many teams on this edge, and Andalex is the forced to launch pad, but everyone's eyes is on them, because I think that shield crack came out here. Andalex is going to get sprayed up by everyone, and he's eliminated out of the air. X-Cuse being a very good teammate here, trying to pick him back up, but honestly, I don't think this is a move. I think you need to run away with the Spider-Man, because people are going to be jumping in, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The Stinger SMGs coming in, they're jumping, they're going through, and X-Cuse misses the low launch as well. He's panicking just a little bit, he gets pumped yet again, and his Spider-Man is going to reset. He's able to get past this side now, away from line of sight, but again, this team is being a bit of a nuisance here, Shayo.
He's got a few things to kind of delay a little bit of time, but they got web shooters of their own. Everyone here can beat Peter Parker today. This is going to be absolutely unfortunate for X-Squeeze. A big shot landed down, but it's not going to be enough when you have shotguns and SMGs and everything spraying at you. They leave a launch pad behind for many teams on that south side. Up towards the north, though, Savage and Benji still at a stalemate. They're not all the way in. About 10 more meters away is paradise for them, Boop, but I'm not sure if they're looking at a mirage as they go for this oasis inside the desert. Savage and Benji are just in trouble and barely even in.
Yep. I mean, this is a tough spot to be. I mean, if you're always on the back foot, you're never going to find opportunities to get Surge either, right? You're going to have his tough spot, and I mean, never mind. They're just going to find a player, just give it into that box, and maybe that's a bit of that luck you mentioned before, Shayo. All of a sudden, there's just a player in Benji's box, a quick little pump to the face, and that's a quick elimination there for Benji.
I'm telling you, they're following some sort of script every time there's a tough situation. Easy random siphon available for Benji and Savage. And I kind of also want to see what some of the other teams' positions are looking like right now as well. I mean, if you look at it, there's just a crescent moon of duos waiting around. Irazumi on the right side, Rayad there too. Let's look at second place and how their journey was going as well. They're on the same side as Benji and Savage. They left slightly later. This is that burned down house, and they get eliminated. So you're talking about what Benji and Savage need to do, Boo. They have so much more space now. The second place team behind them down. You can see the light, the beam shining on them from above. It's just showing them that, hey, you've got the spotlight. You're in first. How far can you go this game?
Yeah, and consistency is the name of the game. I mean, any sort of duo, they can just come back with a very, very, very high elimination game, right? We saw Floki do this last week, you know, a 13 elimination game, I believe, put him back into the top 8 position just off of one game. So even if you are below that top 20, top 30 place, just one good game here could put you back up. So you definitely don't want to be throwing the chances where you have very good situations here. And Benji Savage, they do get saved just a little bit here, Shayo.
Yes, they do. But on their left side, looking at them right now, Joe Vino, Irazumi and Leader as well. Two different duos that act as interrupters for a majority of teams in the season as they try to move. They try to pick you apart when you're on the move. So Savage and Benji have to be very careful. They don't have the web shooters. They don't have any aerial movement. But Savage's got the slides. He's got the moves. That was nice. 3 boxes and the time it takes to make one. And now Benji takes the lead. Look at the dynamic switching you have in between. A Savage needs to heal. Benji picks up the building portion of the duo.
And I love that. I love seeing these new mechanics coming out of these players, you know. Always a ton of creativity coming out of there. And that slide is just going to give you that extra inch to box up and be safe. Make your hitbox a little bit smaller so people can have a tough time shooting at you. But look at that. Somehow they know that it's Malabuk and Mustache. And Malabuk and Mustache trades back through. You know, these were their rivals back in the last season as Steamy Stacks. And somehow they sniffed them out. Maybe giving a little bit of revenge back on them. But, you know, they get a little bit back as well as Malabuk and Mustache get a big trade. But Texia in the meantime and Castry, double controller duo, 145 below Surge, and I'm not surprised. Maybe they should have gone to those gyro controls because this is not enough Surge tags.
Yeah, they might want to get a little bit of that aim factor in. We're looking at them right beside another box, but it's going to be a brick build. PKR knows exactly what's going down. They back all the way up. They have so much room. Big Vortexia in, and he gets slapped in the face. Castery denied immediately, too. That's 2 shots, 2 elims, and 2 big messages sent to that duo.
I love that. You know, they're perfect timing shots. They knew when the wall was about to be broken. Boom, the pump to the face, and they just get eliminated. You know, that's also a little bit on them as well. You got to be a little bit careful on the timing. You do not want to leave it to the last minute when Surge is just about to pump. You got to be, you know, you got to set yourself up. You cannot do it right before. As Benji here, he sniffs out an opportunity, finds another good pump through, and look who has gotten 50-50 here, Shayo.
Yeah, it's Benji and Savage. They have that 5th zone. It's landed right exactly where they are, and they found another body of heals to be used as well. They keep overreaching for a little bit of damage, for a little bit of position, and keep getting blessed with rewards in terms of heals as well. But the majority of the zone is not in right now. I see a few launch pads and Spider-Man swings going on from the right side, where you can see just the left half of the word chonker on the mini-map. A lot of people are going to be swinging and flying in. Vino, of course, is in one of the best spots of the map. He's looking to keep pushing that position forward. That's exactly what you want to be doing in this situation. 2 launch pads as well. You talk about potential right now for Vino and Joe. They're both alive, Boop. It looks better than game 1, and I feel like they're about to pop off in this one.
I mean, this is just Covert Canyon loot, right? 2 launch pad, those 6 chili splashes. They have 3 big pot, 6 minis as well. It is a lot. And, you know, they already have 3 eliminations as well. So what happened last game of the surge issues and obviously Veno going down early on is now going to be a little bit saved. And looks like if Veno's trying to take a peek at high ground here, and not a single team has height, and I don't think it's the right play to go for yet because they do have those 2 launch pads. You don't want to be using those materials to go up and waste them because you're going to be launch padding anyways. It's not going to give you too much. Those those splashes, are going to be good enough to play mid gun and then launch pad afterwards. And zone pulls bottom right towards Shank's side. So luckily for the majority of this lobby, it pulls back towards that congested side. So a lot of these guys are going to have a pretty easy access through. And knowing Veno and Joe, he was looking at high ground. I expect him to fully land at high ground on the front side of zone. And actually, if you take a look, you'll be seeing this in this first moving here. Everyone on that north side, they're going to be launching first. They're going to be landing. Veno and Joe, they're going to be the last team to land. And that's when they're going to have the opportunity because they're able to extend that launch pad as far as possible. And then they save themselves so many materials because everyone's already on the floor, right? Everyone's already landed, so you have zero risk of ever getting late landed on because you're the last team to launch pad, Shayo.
Absolutely. It's also a barren desert, a wasteland. There's not going to be too many mountains or anything around the city of Shankar Speedway to land upon. Everything here is going to be player built, so you're absolutely correct. Leaving as late as possible will give you one of the highest points of elevation you can latch upon. Sunny Chappiks have to leave a little bit earlier because we're towards that backside. Base up, go for a few shots. They have another launch pad to leave this position as well, but they're just trying to farm as much damage as possible. Now you hear the gliders in the sky. They're popping left and right. 200 damage above for Seti and Chappiks are looking for a little bit of freedom towards the clouds. They find it. You can see the overview right now. Lots of mid-ground positions. One definitive team on height. Seti's looking for a little bit of a higher elevated base as well. As we look towards the other side on low ground, it's Savage and Benji. They're going to be towards the backside of the zone now. Still finding trouble getting in, but the spicy splash dropped down towards the feet, making things hot. Feisty, fast, and speedy. Good for both teammates, but they're slightly separated too. It's Kiriachi that Benji takes down as he moves across the cars and the dirt on the ground. They're looking pretty good so far, Boot, but they have a long ways to go.
I mean, he had almost 0 builds then. All of a sudden, Kiriachi just into the box, back up to 80 as you get this nice little panning shot. Benji is still stuck in the backside of zone. Yet again, a result of a little bit of late rotations as he has to progress through all of these old builds. He's going to be very careful. Savage is going to try to elevate themselves away from this spot. As we have a high gun battle here, Pink and Anas trying to go up on top of there. And these guys, they don't have the most aggressive playstyle, but when it comes to those late moving zones and zone transitions, they love to go on top of it. And they do have Spider-Mans. They do have the momentum to go back up, and they have it for free now, going to 8th moving zone pretty damn soon. And I like the easy spot for them.
Absolutely. Pink actually uses the web shooters to go forward, negate the fall damage, and then build all the way back up, reconnecting the high ground, stopping the weakness of these builds. It's absolute genius. Past that, Chulex Chico looking for a little bit of revenge on any aggressivity happening towards the top side of this map. They're going to be looking to maybe take over height. Vino and Joe all the way down low. Don't have any launch pads left anymore. Savage actually going down in the feed, but trading Rotary, so I'm not sure where first place is, if they're still alive, but they're having a little bit of trouble in Paradise. Joe and Vino, though, they're denying everyone on this low ground towards the forward side. They're going, just landing shots left and right. Floki, Hook on boxes right beside each other on the backside as well. A little bit of calm for every single team as the zone moves again, but Floki denied on low. It's tough to heal. Hookah wins that one. And then Pink up top with Anas are still looking good to reign on high grounds.
Yeah, now it is time for the big impact factors for Veno and Joe. 4 eliminations already. With the zone pullback, though, it's going to be a little bit tough because you see them on this logo, but you're going to get smothered just a little bit. They do find the toes of some players. They find another one.
This is crazy.
Good tags coming through. They do have those flashes to tank zone just a little bit, and he does go for it. But unfortunately, I think that's only going to be Cypher materials. Yes, it is, because those players will completely scuff them backside of zone. They do have those flashes to go back up, though. And, they're making use of the inventory very well here, Shayo, and they still have 10 more seconds in the zone transitions.
They needed the mats. It might just be a little bit, but it gets them a little bit of more space to survive. And Vino shoots another shot again, lands a big one. Not going to get the elimination. Mappy on the backside now. He's also out of mats. They're going towards almost uneditable builds. They have to break it through. Double swinging with a pickaxe is going to be looking good. A little bit of ammo picked up from the backside. Mappy going down. PKR also denied. Pink is still raining absolutely bullet after bullet from the high ground. And Nas is holding on to it still. They haven't been challenged. And now we're down to 5 teams. Pink and Nas, absolute control of the lobby right now. No one can even breathe, but the map gives people the chance to fight each other on low. It's going to be that Speedway warehouse that everyone has a chance to just kind of wrap around, and armored walls pulled up by Vino and Joe to give them a little bit of a situation on the right side. They have a path. They're moving in. Bedmiss popped. This is so constricted. They have no space to move, and it's an entire diner they're going to be rocking with on the right side. A person right in front of them, it's default that gets bopped inside his own hometown. Vino now looking for the siphon. Does he get it? Yes, another play on his front side. He denies it too. Somehow Vino and Joe are alive. The final 2v2. Can they make this happen? It's amongst tyrants all the way on high ground who had no interruption so far. A big shot from Vino and the spray. 30 HP, and he's still finding a way to have a conversation, a voice inside this battle, but the spray comes down. There's no build to hide behind. You can have the best aim in the world, but it's not going to stop Pink and Anas from getting that win.
That was a valiant effort done, Logan, by Venno and Joe. You know, there was chaos down there. 4 players just running around with no materials with their heads cut off. And Venno and Joe, they come out on top. Very well-played game there from Dan. And Pink and Anas, you know, very good fundamentals. Again, taking height on that zone transition. A bit of a lucky zone pullback there for them, considering their material count. You see them finishing this game on 0 materials. And that's a good victory royale there for Pink and Anas. And, you know, these guys are warriors in these finals lobbies. I love it.
Absolutely. It feels like, though, even for me, after watching that game, me and you might have to go outside. I can barely breathe. I thought I was getting sprayed by Pink and Anas from high ground. Zeke, Levin, and Reese, are you feeling the heat? That was insane.
Well, shy wager for some of us who can't handle the heat. We got to get out of the kitchen, but nope, I'm here. I'm still hanging out. I am dying, but it is okay. I will hold on until my very last breath. My goodness. Guys, this felt like a semifinals round, but like a light version of that. So many of these different duos just executing exactly to perfection. Now, there was a few flubs, I will say, along the way, Reese and Levin, but overall, I'm very pleased to see, like, the seriousness from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 2. You can tell duos here are like, no, I want that top 8. I don't want to go to semifinals. I just want that seat on the bus.
Yeah, I love the way you went, you know, there were some flubs recently, like, where the flubs, by the way, like, you know, watch your tone, mate, watch your tone. Look, I'll be real, this is why we talked in the first game about how, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Those are 2 teams in the final zone where they didn't have the best first games by any means, but they are 2 teams where their expectations for them were high. Pink and Anas, one of the best final lobby teams in the region. The way they play high, very, very good. They have a great understanding. Execution can be off at times, don't get me wrong, but they got the right things done in that game, and hopefully now moving forward, they probably won't have that many teams contesting them up on high.
Fingers crossed, let's be real. But you never know. You got guys like Queasy who aren't here, who's just height. Yeah. That's it. That's why when I think of Queasy, I think of height. Yeah, that's it. But for Pink and Anas, like, they are game winners, like you mentioned. Out of the 3 cash cups they made the second round of, they won 2 games in each of them. So these guys are capable of winning matches. I'm slightly a bit more concerned about the games that they don't manage to, right? 3 good games is roughly what I saw from Qualifier 1 to get you into that kind of top 8, obviously with a couple other points, another one. That with 7 eliminations is absolutely fantastic, and it's already a ticket there.
I'm still seeing these duos, man. They're struggling with Storm Surge. I mean, you look back to, like, Benji and Mr. Savage, right, who then get gifted the Storm Surge, the duo just falling into their laps and just being eliminated. Loot transfer complete, but as we take a look at our overall standings, they're still holding down that number 1 spot. Now, there was a little bit more of a gap coming into this game, but for right now, we're seeing these other duos, right? They're meeting them, right? They're looking to answer back and say, look, that's fine if you want a spot, but you better be aware we're going to join you up there.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things where I think we all know that their early game fundamentals are there. End game, yeah, they got stuff to work on, but mid game as well can be a bit dodgy. The reverse caster curse from Boot coming through on that one was pretty funny as well. I think the big thing for them now is probably hoping they can get a bit of zone. Like, let's not deny, right? Of course, teams will prepare, teams will have great fundamentals, this and that, but sometimes you need a bit of zone luck to go your way, and so they probably won't want many more south zones if we're just being real, but if they do, hopefully they can use that first game as sort of a learning moment on how to handle it.
Yeah, I think one of the things you mentioned was interesting. Benji Fishy manages to get caster curse RNG. I mean, like, how has that happened? Positive caster curse RNG, that's fantastic. Well, and a good team, obviously, we hadn't really picked on too much, was Vino and Joe there. The absolute pop-off at the end, taking them up to second place in that match. We didn't see them in the top 10 there in the leaderboards. They're roughly in that kind of 11th to 20th place right now, and that's just because of that bad first game. If they can keep this up off spawn, like, this is going to be super strong.
Yeah, the way they maneuvered, you know, in this end game was really impressive. We talk about the chemistry, the synergy. This season, the things you can do with your teammate by your side are just incredible. You can see here the edits, both of them ready to fight for each other. I think when we talk about confidence, we talked about it at the top of the show, these guys are more confident than a lot of their opponents, and that really shows off here. Of course, they did just sort of get caught out at the end, Vino thinking he was safe from above, and so he went for the hill or whatever, and it just sort of didn't work out. But for the most part, man, I would not be worried about their first game being a bad one. This is one of the best teams in the lobby, and they've shown that over the qualifiers so far.
I mean, confidence absolutely sums it up. We saw in the previous round, we mentioned they got 4 games in a row where they got double-digit eliminations. The third one on that was particularly interesting to me because they went down in 30th with 20 elims. So 16 elims. So there's only like 4 people in that game who weren't eliminated by them at that point. They were absolutely fragging out, and they've carried that confidence here into round 3 where they've obviously managed to pick that up in that second place there.
So good, man. And just think we have another 4 games out ahead of us. But you heard the buzz, which means we're getting ready for game number 3 of Qualifier 2. So for now, we're going back in with Shy Wager and Boom.
Game number 3 is the game of opportunity. It is now your chance. You've had 2 games to make mistakes, and now it's the third one. It is due. It is the time to do it all, Shayo. Who do you expect to come out on top this time?
For me, I mean, slight bias here and there. I'm liking this Benji Savage situation we got going on. If Pink's on height, they're on low ground, that'd be insane. I want to see Mustache Malibuka keep popping off. I want to see Lecce and Swilliam actually get their game started as well. But before that happens, Floki and Clement, this has to be a chance for them at redemption. Another Chonker Speedway breakdown and 4 different teams.
Yep, a good landing here for Floki, and it looks like he jumps into the trash there for some reason. The Ranger AK versus the Stinger is not good enough. I mean, it was like fighting with no arms, basically. He had no chance in that situation, and that was an easy elimination there for Swilliam. And I don't know where Floki's teammate's gone. He seems to have disappeared off the map here.
I think Clement definitely having a little bit of issues on that drop, but it's all good. We'll get Lecce and Swilliam a little bit of the beef up, a little bit of the jump up as they get their fights and early games started. They still have a long ways to go. Teach us an art skill as well. This is the team I wanted to focus on for so long because I've been watching this team specifically in Cash Cups and whatnot. They've been some of the most consistent overall. When it comes to early game fighting, this is what they have the lockdown with. Look at art skill right here. 1v2 and still is able to deal a little bit of damage. T-Chips is there though. Is this just Harpoon? Okay, so he got to pick up the MK7.
He has the right hand peak though.
I'm trying to look at this one. I don't think his opponent knows he has an AR, right? But I don't even think he used it once.
No.
It's kind of crazy. That team, that duo is just so adaptive, and they've kind of been under the radar entirely, right? Might not be household names completely, but they've put a little bit of a pedestal, a footprint, even if I could say, into EU this season so far. So I'm hyped to see them in this qual, hopefully making that top 8.
I mean, this is a season of opportunity, right? We've gone from, an old chapter, an old map, to a completely new meta and a completely new map, right? And we're going to see some fresh faces. I mean, these guys aren't super unknown, right? We've seen them before, but, I love to see, some of the old guard, being switched out with the Neo, and we're seeing some new names coming through as we move over towards Covert Canyon. Looks like Joe and Venno this time are contested. They do have height here, but they got to be careful because there's a player lurking, but Venno's awareness is just ridiculous. He gets a nice little shot through, goes back to Pena now from behind. He's pinched, but you got to be a little bit careful here because Joe's down to low HP here.
Vino still wrapping a few shots there. So you were saying that Vino and Joe are contested. I feel like it's Pena being contested right now. I feel like they're the ones who they might not even drop here, but they're getting absolutely beat down. Pena outside this wall. He has the control as well on all pieces around him. Still has a little bit of trouble eliminating Vino completely. It took a little bit of time, which might let Joe get an angle here. Oh no. First shot predicted miss. The next one, 72, landed. That bullet finding its mark, and it's trouble now though. 1v1 and a little bit of that separation. No team really profits from this one.
Yeah, and Joe, you gotta do me justice here. I was hyping him up the game before, one of the best fighters, one of the best creative players in the game, and now he's stuck in a 1v1 situation for his tournament life here. But Anas and Pink, they're here, and this is what I mean. Anas and Pink, they land on the mountain nearby, and Joe unfortunately goes down. And Anas and Pink, they're here to reap the rewards. I don't think the vote's been opened either yet, so Anas and Pink already have 10 choke splashes, and they're about to get a lot more this game.
They're still rolling in.
Oh my god.
Is this their usual route as well when it comes to Covert Cavern, right? Are they the ones actually chomping down on Vito and Joe? Looks like there might be slight differences in the way they're rolling in, but they're reaping all the rewards of the most powerful spot on the map.
Yeah, they don't usually jump into Covert Canyon. You know, they sort of stay on top. Usually the fights in Covert Canyon, they take a long time. You know, one of the teams are going to be getting the vault card and then trying to get that vault. The other team's going to be, you know, nearby. A lot of the time you split it up multiple directions. But Pink and Anas, you know, if there's an opportunity there, they're going to take it. You know, these guys, they know the spot in and out. They've done it before, and they have the entirety of Covert Cavern. You'd think they've already looted the vault with the loot that they have, but they're going to be getting even more this game, and they already have the surge set up as well. This is going to be a spicy one for Pink and Anas, Shayo.
Absolutely. They basically brought like their own lunch to the restaurant. You guys have like 2 meals to eat. It's kind of insane. Benji and Savage though, right? You're talking about being wealthy for the moment right now. They're the ones kind of in the driver's seat completely. 89 points rolling in. The team behind them, 78 in the form of T-Chips and Art Skill rolling through. I feel like the one good thing about Benji and Savage right now is every game that they end up winning and winning more, the second place team behind them is the one that has a little bit of that curse. They get pushed back a little bit, and no one's kind of able to catch up with them and keep it close enough. 10 points, I mean, in this format, it seems close right now, but that gap can really widen over time.
Yeah, and it's also the benefit of having a pretty much set spawn plan, right? They know that there's no one else in Tilt. It's only them and Kinzo and Deceptos, I believe. So there's nothing really that can go wrong for them. Unless they fight Kinzo and Deceptos all of a sudden, there's no reason for a team to sort of go into Tilted unless they're planning on doing some, you know, some different things there. So they'll be able to be consistent, and, you know, they have no worries there, Shayo.
Absolutely. And Boop, you called Game 3 the game of opportunity. It looks like Kiko and Mashi so far haven't had theirs rein in so far. I mean, these guys are good fighters. Kiko's one of the most insane players when it comes to box-to-box, pound-for-pound weight, you know, in these side close-range box fights and whatnot. What do they need to do to get back inside this competition?
I mean, they're doing what they need to do, right? They're gonna try to play aggressively, trying to get those early eliminations of spawn now. You know, they have teams that are nearby. I believe they were contested last game, but this game, is this the same team? It's very hard to tell, actually. It seems like it is. Yeah, it is the same team from Joneses before. So this is not actually a push. This is them chasing them out of the spot. This is about alphaing Joneses here, Shayo. They do not want this team landing next to them yet again.
Absolutely not. But that fight is going on for a little bit, so we'll tune in with it in just a second. Sunny and chat picks. I mean, we talk about Storm Surge this, you know, going for damage that. It's still kind of early on inside the game. You'll see people still fighting for their spot right now. It's pretty basic Fortnite so far till teams start to disengage. Even at Sleepy Sound, usually there's a fast disengagement there. That's going to take a while to come through. And yeah, the Joneses, I mean, it's lasting so long and it's so loud that I see a third team on the minimap now kind of attracted towards this fight. And if you introduce a third party to this one, it's going to be absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, and it's sort of how you decide to play, right? There's 2 main parts of Joneses you can land on. You can land either on the north side or the south side. A lot of the time, they have one team that lands on that north side. They play a bit passive. They start to sneak up through the tree lines. But it seems like this time, you know, both these teams landing on different sides of Joneses. One of them trying to disengage with those Spider-Man gauntlets. And that's what happens. And yeah, another team now comes through yet again. And this is the tale we've seen of this whole final, basically. You know, a little bit too much over-aggression. You know, you can play a little bit emotional. That's fine. But you got to think about your own gameplay and your own finals in the end. You know, you do not want to be throwing your finals just playing a little bit too emotional, trying to chase the team out of it because you want to alpha them. But at this point, I think it's already too little too late. They're going to have to commit to this fight because the material count and the shield count here is not looking too hot.
Not at all. I'm watching some funniness from Mashi. He's just rolling in and just slowly crouch walking, going for an SMG spray.
Ooh,
just absolutely moving through boxes. And yeah, now he's even disrespecting the opposition. I like it. I like the emotion that comes in right now. And at Joneses, you'll see that third-party team completely disengaged. I think they also, maybe they were watching and seeing exactly how this fight was breaking down. It was a little bit too, you know, Jenga tower falling over gif for them. They just kind of left as fast as possible. I don't blame them at all.
Yep, and SC here back to the spawn fights near that orchard spot. Joe, I mean, he got eliminated by Anas and Pink. You know, that third party coming in, unfortunately for him. And that's their momentum gone in game number 3. Anas and Pink, I would love to see that loot at some point because right now you think they got the vault, but so far they still have it. Pena managing to run out just a little bit and also gets caught there with Anas and Pink in the box, and that's not what you want to have there from them as we go back towards Chonker's side, I believe. And there's still a lot of aggression going on here. Both teams still trying to fight it out, but Alex and X-Squeeze here trying to, you know, loot up their materials. You know, they do land nearby. Looks like they need to up their medal count here.
Absolutely. I mean, by the time the second zone's coming in at this point, every time I look at the mini-map for a lot of teams, I would not see a big name on it at all. People are usually outside of the name POIs fighting in some weird mid-game skerfuffles, right? But that's not happening right now. It seems that people are not getting out of their off-spawn fights fast enough.
Yeah, and you take a look at the player count as well. 74 people left alive. You know, this is sort of like I mentioned. This is it's a time to do things, right? So you have to make a difference. So people are trying out different things. They're trying to third party different spots. They're trying to get more eliminations early on because it must be very frustrating to be eliminated by Storm Surge every single game. So these guys, they're making the decision. Hey, we're just gonna jump in and we're gonna get a quick elimination on spawn, so we don't have to worry about it later on. But this is yet again another South Zone. And looking at Pink and Honest's loadout there, again, very, very good. But another storm fight coming through here with Stompy and Jew coming from that Bugle side, I believe. And then all the way into Sanctuary now, running to another team here, Shia.
It'll be tough for Stompy and company because, we just keep seeing this pattern. A lot of the times, it's an extreme as to where the zone is pulling. They're going straight all the way down south. Matt's resource is going to be expended towards absolutely thin right now. Even Pig inside the storm, he's having a little bit of trouble getting all the way in. I like the fact that you pointed out aggression is going to be so much more so different inside Game 3. Limited player count overall. People kind of, they might not even expect certain spots to be taken, or, the regular thing you might be expecting to happen inside the game might not be there. It's going to be a very different landscape for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and this is probably the worst zone for Stumpy and Jew there to sort of storm fight in this position, right? Because it is so far away from them, and there's not too many points for you to reform your metal, so you need to be careful here. And looking at the map there, bottom right, you look at how many teams there are on that rotation. So much congestion right into Chonkers. All of these guys trying to reform the metal, and if you're late on this rotate, it's going to be tough. I don't think this zone's going to pull all the way towards the water side because it doesn't tend to do that, but you never know. So it could be lucky, and there you go. Storm Surge is going to pop up for the first time. 4 players need to be eliminated until that is gone. About 415 above Surge here for Iris, Yumi, and Older, our third place team. So they're in a pretty good spot so far.
They are. When you talk about where the zone can't go, whenever it's on broadcast, it goes straight to the water, man. I'm telling you, it has like an affinity for it. I don't know why, but it happens. And it seems that wherever Benji and Savage go, flames follow. Another house that's being completely set apart on fire.
I think it's the same one, Shayo. I think this is Butterborn, and for some reason they have a vengeance against this Butterborn. But yet again, take a look at the Storm Surge. I mean, this is almost the exact same zone, right? So again, Benji and Savage not really learning from the mistakes of last game. 37 below Surge here, and there's not going to be a team to jump into the box this time to help them out. As Benji and Savage here trying to trade some Surge, they do have a lot of minis. And for those of you that don't know, there is a pretty good strategy that a lot of these duos do. They basically, actually, never mind, because Savage is going to pop his big pot. Not really sure why he's doing that. Oh. Okay, there we go. So what a lot of teams tend to do, they try to stay on 150 HP, and they try to use those minis over those big pots, right? Because big pots, they're not expendable. You only have 2 or 3 of them in total. Minis, you have 6 in total in your inventory, right? So you have a lot of your HP. You're basically trading your HP for Surge in this situation, but Savage not doing that. I guess he feels a little bit scared, maybe, for another team trying to push them. And I feel like this is deja vu. This game is, the same zone. Benji and Savage below Surge yet again. Vortexia and Cassia also below Surge. What am I saying here, Shayo?
I mean, if that is the case, then Vortexia and Castry have about 2 minutes to live until they get pumped twice in the face. So hopefully it's not the same game for them so far. Benji and Savage, though, getting bullied, and we really didn't see this POV that much in the last game. We saw them rotating in and not having the worst of times. But it feels like Vortexia and Castry, they've learned from their past mistakes, have one of the best spots right now to bully an isolated team, and unfortunately it is Benji and Savage on the other side. 11 points for them, 89 for Benji. Savage are in first place and want to keep it going.
Yep, and this is again that little bit of psychology, right? 74 people left alive. Even if you're, only 50 above Surge, you're gonna think surely it's not gonna be us that's gonna be taken out here. And you never know, if one team gets taken out here, Benji and Savage, they could go below Surge. If the other team that's below Surge, the way that it works, it's all about thresholds, right? So you gotta be careful, because one team that gets one extra tag, it could be you being below next. And with Benji only being on 95 effective HP, this is such a scary position to be here.
Absolutely, it's that domino effect completely, right? For all the teams. One team gets further up, everyone else comes toppling down. So you want to make sure you're upkeeping with that flip. And right now, Yaizen, he's in trouble.
Look at this. Okay, I gotta be careful here, because I'm new to this casting thing, Shao, so I didn't realize I had such an effect on how zones pull.
I'm telling you,
and this zone has pulled straight towards the water of Chonka's side. So, worst case scenario for a lot of these teams. This is, it's gonna be a painful zone for these players, but it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch, I'll be honest.
Absolutely is. Unfortunately, too, this is one thing I've noticed overcasting a little bit and watching these zones move. When you're down on Surge and the zone kind of moves even more so where all teams are, it becomes a statue situation. You're not able to watch anyone else kind of move out of their boxes. You're in so much more trouble than any other situation if you're bad on Surge. You just saw it with Kaizen right there. There's nowhere to go. One team ends up hearing your shield get cracked, roll in, pops out. You do not want to be low on Surge when it's kind of a statue type zone. You want, when things kind of get, constricted, you see it coming, to be proactive, get on your fight fast. I think we saw it from the first game. I forget the duo that did it, but it was done to one of the teams that were a little bit higher on elevation. They just straight up pushed in. It might have been Pan that we saw get right inside the box, I believe, beam up. Yeah. You want to be able to be proactive and not wait for that zone to close. Right now, it's all in for a lot of teams. Jox, Skyzoo, have to push inside, wait for this fight because they need the damage. They're in that statue situation. No other team is going to allow them to deal damage to them at all. They're just going to be hiding, turtled up inside their boxes. And now it's going to be unfortunate completely. Another situation where Surge is the demise of Jox and Skyzoo.
And I think these guys got their GPS settings installed incorrectly because they are on the wrong side of Storm here. There's so many players on this northern side. And even Benji and Savage a little bit later this rotate. Look how many players there are on this edge. This can be a tough one. They're going to have to use a lot of material count. But, Savage with that 200 IQ, going to be very smart going along this ridge line, cutting off line of sight, being unpredictable. Maybe he had a little bit of mind games there too. He showed himself to the left, went right to the right side. And he's a bit of a magician act here from Savage. Trying to confuse an opponent. Unfortunately, though, going to get sprayed from below here. Needs to be a little bit careful. And now is the time for them to just be careful, just to wait. It is mellow time. You do not want to be editing when there's so many players around you. You want to wait for these metal walls to fully build out before you make any sort of moves. And I don't want to call the zone, but it is going to actually pull to the right side. So away from the water, thankfully for them. And we are going to be saved here from another water zone here, Shayo.
Question is, are there any pads for Savage and Benji to maybe bounce on and have an easier way inside zone? I see that Anas has one inside his inventory. If that's the case, and once again, we're in the desert. We saw who the Pharaohs were last game, right? Anas and Pink. They stayed up top. They let that family lineage kind of rock from zone to zone to zone to zone. No one could really dethrone them. And they're looking to do it again. An armored wall available for Anas as well. So if anyone tries to go for that chop down, that spray all the way upwards, he has that extra layer of protection and another beam inside the box. So not only looking for height right now, Boop, they're aware of every single edit going on around them.
Yeah, so what they're basically doing in this position is trying to hold as many people away from them on this high ground, right? Because if you shoot at players that are trying to rotate near you, they're not going to box it below. They're going to try to rotate away from you in this position. So what that's basically going to do, it's going to set you up to have less of a chance of someone sneaking up towards high ground if you do pull half and half here. And I want to talk about the inventory just a little bit. They had 12 Church Passion. I believe they have 6 more in the inventory of Anas there. So what these guys love to do, sometimes they like to, sneak up below high ground and try to take it away that time. So maybe if I get a few fortunate zone pulls, you might see them make a storm play with those chug splashes because they're very variable. They can heal you up when you're in trouble, but they also are there for those big IQ plays on high ground.
Absolutely. Right now, you might have to toss IQ straight into the bin. Savage and Benji have to just use their feet. Stop thinking. Start moving. Spice is also in effect, so they move at double the speed. Question is, though, if you do end up going the wrong way, that's double the mistake that happens as well. You're talking about the right-left, the elasticity, the bounce back of this team. They're really making the move, showing themselves off to the right, sticking to the left. I like that call-out, Boot, but now they're stuck between walls. They can't really edit through, and it's metal after the fact as well. The peppers are not going to make your pickaxes swing faster. You have to just keep going, and they're getting focused still.
And that's the least of their issues here. 250 below Surge. I don't know where they're going to jump in on. I mean, there's going to be a team nearby, but by the time they're actually into zone, they're going to lose all of their material count. They barely have any hard mats. 160 metal.
Oh, no.
The team behind this wall, they don't know. Maybe Savage does know. Oh, and he gets taken out there by a team hiding. He did redirect the Savage. Where? But Benji in his 2v1 now.
What?
Still alive somehow. 9 more builds, 7 builds now. He needs to be careful, but I mean, it was all done. It was a valiant effort for Benji, but he's still alive actually. Okay, he's sneaking up. He's being covert, and this player is on low HP. He does get the wall behind him. I don't think this player realizes. Sneaks back through. And does he know it? But Surge, he does know he's there. And Surge is going to take him out. 24 HP and he cannot heal up anymore. Surge is going to be the one who takes up Benji and finally somehow survived the absolute anarchy there of multiple players in this box. But there's one thing that is true, and Storm Surge eliminates all.
Absolutely. You can't build past it. You can't hide away from it. And he was out of max too. Unfortunate. Art skill, that POV we just dipped towards. That's going to be second place looking to take that gold beam and add it towards their inventory to have that luxury. There is no first place team alive right now who can take that title.
Yeah, and if you look at the half-nap zone here, Zone actually does pull, I believe, on top of Pink and Anna. So all of that setup they did prior to set up the high ground is probably now going to be good for them. I'm not sure what layer they're on. I think they're close by, but like I said, you do not need to go crazy on high ground in this half-nap, Shayo.
Absolutely not. 68 points right now. They basically want to clasp all the way up towards 90. If they get 100 in this game, that'll be absolute huge, but that means they have to survive the entire time. If we could just stay on this POV, I want to see exactly how they break it down. They will be going for right here. They have 2 different pads as well. Can they hold on to being the finessers of this zone entirely? 23 till we see where exactly moves, but I'm liking the fact that they're staying low-key right now.
Yeah, and don't expect them to go for high ground initially, right? They're not going to be going to high ground in first moving. If they do that, I'll sound very stupid, but I don't think they should do that, right? They both have multiple launch pads in the inventory.
Why should they not?
So basically, the reason why you don't want to do it is because you want to use those launch pads effectively, right? If you have 3 launch pads in your inventory, you're going for high ground into first moving, you're basically using materials that you would have saved with those launch pads. Exactly. And with Zone pulling far away from them, yet again, they're going to have more time to launch pad, and that's going to be good for them here, Shayo.
Absolutely. Irizumi, very same position. Might not have multiple launch pads, but they have 80 points so far. They might not be controlling high ground completely like Pink and Anas, but they've been consistent over their last 2 games. Now in the 3rd game, they have a spot to even steal that lead from Benji and Savage, and it's about 12 points ahead of Pink and Anas from what we saw before. Irizumi even pops that spicy pepper, a little bit of a speedier glide. We'll see exactly how this looks down. They've checked up top, and what a way to pad past all those builds on a single floor, blocking him through there. High and mighty inside the sky. They go straight for that forward position. We see so many teams in good spots all the way towards that final zone make this move first. And Irizumi and Leader, they're not all the way towards the low ground. They have no people next to them either. This is such a good spot.
Yeah, they're in a very good spot. They do have those peppers popped as well. And if we go back towards Pink and Anas, you can see they're holding out. And like I mentioned, they're going to launch pad very slowly towards the front side. Launch pad yet again. And now they're going to evaluate. Is this a good time to take high ground? And it doesn't look like it because there's a lot of people pretty much set up yet. So they can wait until that second moving. And then if second moving pulls north, for example, then they're going to have a lot of materials because they're able to save those materials with those launch pads. So I'm hoping to see a north zone pull because it's going to be a launch pad towards height in the second moving zone here, Shayo.
Absolutely. De facto first place right now will be Art Skill and T-Chips up inside the box. They're desperate to find any damage. 79 below. They might be in first. They might have 93 points, but that 95 below threshold is the number that matters, and they changed it up, rewrite their destinies. 360 above, or 63 above, excuse me. They're still trying to find some type of damage. Might get close to 360 with the way this damage is going right now. They dodged the first few strikes of Surge as well as Stompy finds a few more in the feed. Chulex down. Mustache taken out by Endless and Squeeze. They're side by side, but Stompy going all the way up towards the skies. Nailu has to be forced to drop down. 536 damage above for this team. They Spider-Man their way all the way forward as well. They stop another height take too. The denial is insane.
And you gotta be careful. If you're fighting on the backside of zone, there's gonna be another team towards the front side that's trying to take it away from you. Juice smartly here, Spider-Man towards the front side, but they get chopped down. Oh, they do reconnect though, but is the damage done? I don't know. They only have 4 more builds in solo, and here comes Pink. Like I mentioned, if you're fighting on the backside of zone, you're going to be using a lot of materials, and Pink's been able to save it this entire game here, Shayo. 26 builds left, and they have it into this 8th moving zone.
Oh, they take out Stompy, and Pink is still active and alive. The aim electric, the bullet's magnetic, and they're not missing. This is just insane. Anas is there too at the very front of it, applying the pressure that Pink is making as well. He's making sure not a single edit can be made upwards. Mappy's kind of trapped. Seti's right below him too, so they're being forced into a pinch as well. T-Chips though, still in first, taking down Link. Finally, Endelex takes him down, so that might be the first place team not active either. They were close to 95, 98 points. It's 80 so far, but Seti too is also popping up, picks out Mappy, he survives the pinch, and this is where trouble starts.
And I think we're going to get 2 in a row here from Pink and Anas because the zone pulls back over old builds, right? So they have, even though the material count is very, very limited, they're going to be able to stay on top of them, and no one's really going to pressure them because they're all going to go through, Shayo.
Absolutely. Seti, though, this is going to be another clutch situation. We saw Janus do it before, but he's out of mats, and unfortunately goes down towards the front side. It'll be Endless Next Squeeze that picked that one up. 26th place for them overall, but they're looking really good. And Austin Pink, again, it's like just walking a dog or something. It's just so simple for them. Every time, business as usual when it's the desert. These guys make sure everyone else is just low and dry. Pink, once again, another launch forward, and he secures another spot of the high ground.
and it is a game of numbers, right? Even the small launch pad there, you know, it's only 2 to 3 blocks, but every single build counts here. When you go into that final moving zone, that one build might just save them as you have 7 duels left alive, Shayo.
Absolutely, Flixie now, he's going to be in trouble. You're talking about every single build. They only have about 6 left. Pick up a few more on the left side. Armored Wall buys them a little bit of time, but it's time that's going to be translated into money, into points right now. The longer you stay alive, the more placement you're going to get, and they're trying to milk every single second so far. Up top is where the roof comes crashing down, and Flixie is the one to pick up all the mats left around. This is going to be huge for them. Dodging even more sprays. This man has like a shield bubble around him. There's no way he's taking no damage from all this pressure. Right now he's looking down, lands another big shot. Surge doesn't matter right now. It's only about getting these eliminations and staying alive ahead. Inside this feed, a big one from the heavy shotgun slug. It comes straight in. No, it's a pump, but it doesn't even matter. The damage is true. Nailu still alive right now. The Siftos also getting a few picks, and they're going all the way up for high ground. 3 builds left. It's not going to be enough. He doesn't have the mat to actually go all the way up towards the top, but he has a big shot on the left side. That's an interruption. Flixie's insane. Pink is down. The Emperor's usurped. The med mist might be enough to keep him alive inside the car. The tech is nuts, but no. Driving is not going to be allowed today. Anas saves it for now. A 1v1, no materials, a pump shot. It's do or get done, and he does it. Anas, back to back. The Pharaohs rise. That is insane.
Oh my goodness, Anas there, absolutely electric. Kept this cool. I think that play bounced on top of a tire stack or something, because Anas could have lost him for a second there, but he did finally find that tracking, and this is just a fortunate zone there for them again, right? Everyone on low ground, every material, nobody has bats, and Anas here keeping his cool, you know, playing it safely, even tanking a little bit of storm, is able to find the Siftos there for free, and wow, I think that's 2 in a row there for Pink and Anas. I mean, the setup, it was all there to be seen from the start, right? They got those early eliminations at Tova Canyon, they got the vault, they had multiple chug splashes, and that was just free. GG's.
Absolutely. That armored floor, ramp, wall, whatever, like it was absolutely crucial. I think it was one more shot and would have dwindled away. So that was literally a game of inches. I know that the desk will talk for miles. Zeke, Levin, Reese, I mean, what was that?
Ridiculous.
Shayo Wager, what is going on in this qualifier number 2, guys? Semifinals is next week. Finals is the week after that. We gotta calm down, okay? My little heart can only take so much of this action, but Shayo Wager was extremely accurate in that call, right? That armored ramp there being the difference. At that point, that player has to say, this is not worth wasting ammunition on. I'm just gonna take a chance. I'm gonna go in this direction and hope this guy's not up top waiting for me to just get domed. But for Pink and Anas, once again, another victory royale. The back-to-back, Levin, it's going down.
Yeah, and we saw it coming from a mile away. Reese and I sitting there in the call just knowing, hey, look, after their off-spawn battles and whatnot, it was clear they were going to have a brilliant game. Of course, they had all the loot you could possibly ask for. The setup for height, Reese, was very, very patient, and it's actually something that I think people underrate, right? A lot of the time, you see a bunch of teams fighting for height, but they're real good high ground teams. They'll stay elevated, they'll wait for all the action to happen, and they'll just sneak on right up and win games, and this is what these guys do so well.
Yeah, the back-to-back doesn't happen just randomly. Like, these guys are experienced. They've been practicing left, right, and center, and they are veterans of the game at this point. Anas has been around for so long. So has Pink, getting a lot more of the limelight this season, absolutely. It showed in the final moments, right, where Anas had to clutch up the victory royale. And we kind of saw a bit of a difference between Flixie on low ground. Here, exactly, jumping straight into the car. He's a less experienced player. He's not made a single FNCS finals. This is a big, big moment for him. Whereas Anas, calm, cool, collected, veteran of the game, connects the shots that matters, and picks up the back-to-back.
Yeah, Shai was talking about the Flixie's tech there. I think you're giving him a bit too much credit. I think there was a bit of panic there from him. But look, they were very impressive in that endgame. Him and Nailu popped off, and that's going to really help them moving forward.
And that's what they're trying to do, right? They're just trying to make it in that top 8. They don't have to be first. They just have to meet that top 8 requirement to go straight through the finals. Let's take a look at our standings right now. It does not look like I read slowly. Okay, so right now, second place, 102 points. That's how slow I read, guys. But I started from the bottom to the top. Take a look. That is a massive game for them, right? Now they're able to jump up, especially halfway through the competition 11. They're able to say, look, as long as we can just hold on. A second place, they very well can make top 8. If everything goes horribly wrong, they may be able to hold on.
Yeah, look, I'm actually not even that surprised seeing Nalia and Flixie here, just because this season so far in Cash Cups, when I've been watching and analysing some of the bigger teams, I always see their names popping about in lower layers, really getting those pop-offs. They are very, very exciting players to watch, and so this could be the start of a really big year for them.
Yeah, their best placement so far is 12th in one of those finals, which was really, really good. Like I mentioned, they haven't made an FNCS finals yet, so with a couple of games remaining, 3 left to go, I'm hoping they don't crack under the pressure.
Just gotta hold on, boys. Just hold on. We got this. But for now, we're getting ready. We're jumping back on the battle bus. Boop, Shy Wager, take it away.
Man, when it comes to these games right now, I think Zeke put it the best in game number 2's post. It's like a semifinals light, even a finals light after the action we're seeing with this one, Boop. I mean, I'm not sure where it goes from here. If we're at the desert again, I might just lose my mind.
Yeah, I think it's very zone dependent, but it's also because the sort of teams that we have in this lobby. I don't think I see many high teams in this lobby, Shabia. A lot of the high teams that we know are all qualified last time. So, the Videos and Visas, all of these guys are already qualified towards the grand finals guaranteed. So Pink and Anas, they're making use of a very good situation for them. And, they're being the only high team here right now, it's doing well for them.
Yeah, it's like a personality switch as well, because you called it in the first game. Anas, Pink, kind of a little bit of a passive duo overall. They don't like to take that claim, but when it comes to endgame, everyone has to be adaptable enough to do just that, right? And if you're looking for another banger, we're on the precipice of one right now. Game number 4 is about to get started.
Yep, and, we saw a lot of aggression coming out early on, but... We saw a lot of aggression coming out early on into that last game, and I'm expecting exactly the same this time, and the point discrepancies are going to be even higher, There's going to be a lot of those people, towards the bottom 30 to 40 on the leaderboard. They're trying to play super, super aggressive now. It is not the time to be eliminated by Surge anymore. Now is the time to pick it up and make things happen, Shayo.
Absolutely, and sometimes you might not see a team pick it up. You might not know exactly how they're in a certain space. I feel like that is the wave for ArtSkill and T-Chips. Once again, just like the Cash Cups we saw in the previous season, they're just there. Somehow, top 6, top 5, right now in 2nd overall. In a spot that seems even weird too. Yeah, there's a big vault to be able to, be used, but past that, like, these outpost spots, somehow so effective week after week.
Yeah, everyone seems to love them, but I didn't notice in the feed, I saw Anas get an early elimination. So maybe that was because of the bus path, or maybe someone is trying to make something happen here. I would love to see that later on, just a little bit of replay maybe, as we have this early game fight. Looks like, oh no, never mind, they're just going back in. They got a taste of blood the last game, and they want more, Shayo.
Absolutely. This is going to be super early, though. That's the part I'm kind of worried about. And you mentioned it. Yeah, early elim, it's good. But then, okay, I like this. Getting out of dodge and making sure you're not going to be inside the preliminary equation. They want to be like option B of the overall test, right? They want to be the second question, the multiple choice after the fact. And this is the way they got that first elim. Pink being bullied and really being the bait to the final second. That man's HP is low.
Get yourself a teammate like Anash. No, my man slid down the mountain, risked his ankles to come help his boy out, and it worked out for them. That's going to be early storm surge for them as well. And it seems like someone's trying to shake it up just a little bit. It looks like Pink's loop path is getting disrupted just a little bit, but Pink, has that perfect drop. Pink is one of those players that is prepared some of the motion, has played so much practice. He's done so much VOD viewing, has a coach, has everything in his arsenal to do well, and he's showing that off today. As Benji and Savage, this time, we mentioned having a consistent off-spawn strategy. This time, they're shaking it up. They're pushing towards Kinzo and Disiptos, and Disiptos gets taken out early on now.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is one of the essences of surprise, right? If you keep things completely consistent on your drop, it makes it that much easier to have a little bit of a jump scare on the team that's next to you. So right there, Savage and Benji not engaging whatsoever. Disiptos might have been a little bit overall confused, lackadaisical as he's moving around, kind of free-formed, and Savage capitalizes on that, picks it up. Should be a close range fight they were having. Looks like they took control of a spot they don't usually go to in Tilted, and because of that, Savage has a free healer.
And this is a little bit scary though, because we're only in game number 4, right? We have 2 more games after the Shadow, so you really don't want to be messing with your neighbors, especially when you're in a position to qualify, right? Benji and Savage, 94 points right now. They are in that 6th position. So if Kinzo and Disiptos, if they have a bad game or they have another bad game after this one, they might say, you know what, let's push Benji and Savage. It doesn't matter anymore to us because they griefed us in game number 4. But looking at the leaderboard so far, Kinzo and Disiptos are actually tied on points with Benji and Savage on 91 points. So this is maybe a play for leaderboard, taking out the players that are next to you, and maybe that gives you just that little inch in order to qualify to top 8, Shayo.
Absolutely. There's a lot of time, though, inside Tilted to be able to stay around there, right? And you're not going to be able to guard the card as much when it comes to Benji and Savage. You mentioned, maybe one of the mistakes they're making is they're taking too long in Tilted. They're not getting enough surge. That might have been an answer to their surge overall, but they need to move now. So as a result, yes, you are making a difference in that 91-point tie, but Kinzel's going to get the Siptos right back up. They'll still be in the game, and they'll be looking for revenge.
Yeah, for sure. And it might make a little bit of a difference as we move over towards Anlex. Also now trying to play aggressive on Fast Roki and Kylie. Those guys, I expect them to be in chonkers the majority of this final. They've been talking about it a lot on Twitter. Chonkers, it's our chonkers. But when it comes to the real finals and there's actual things on the line, looks like they've given it up. There's a lot of talk coming out. I love it. I love the drama on Twitter as well. You're trying to claim those spots, but sometimes you just got to pick actions to your words, and they're not doing that. But they do have 41 points right now, so it's not too bad, right? I guess they're sort of appreciating the fact that they can do better from a different spot. Don't have to make ego for those spawn fights. But, Anlex and X-Rees here, they're trying to play aggressive on them. And Kylie now in a difficult spot. 0 builds in the box, tries to whip out the pistol. Only has 14 ammo in that Stinger SMG as Anlex is trying to get a sneaky revive here on X-Rees. Kylie's also doing it. They try to trade, but Anlex has the shield advantage, and that's more than enough here against Fast Roki to eliminate him. And Andalex there on his 40 points, 2 eliminations now, and Surge settled, and has a pretty good zone to rotate to as well.
Absolutely. And one thing I liked a lot just in that fight specifically, Andalex baiting out the chug splash noise, making it feel like they're going to be trading reses, right? That was genius, and then immediately pushing. Right now, too, in terms of contestation, only one contested team has kind of won so far when we're looking at how things are rolling, too, right, when it comes to the victory royale. So the thing right now is if you have a free, clear type of mind overall when you're looking at how the games are being played, and you have that set loop path that you're pushing so much, Boop, right, in terms of being able to get that practice and be able to get that familiarity, and you're having a much easier time getting to that victory royale.
Yeah, for sure. As we hop on board now with Kinzo, he's trying to get his boy back up into Siptos. Looks like Savage and Benji, they're hovering the area. Actually, I think Savage might be camping that card. It was over near that garage side of the buildings. But, Kinzo, the time is ticking. He still has a lot of time, I think. It should be fine. But unfortunately for him, the first zone does center near Tilted. So there's actually zero reason for Savage and Benji to do anything but wait here. They can farm the materials out. They have a bit of surge. And because they have priority on this rotate against the other Tilted team, because usually, right, you have that team in North Tilted, they're going to be blocking out your rotates. In this situation, they're the team that's deciding the rotates, and they have all the time in the world here to make something happen. But I don't think the Siptos should shoot at this player at all, because he wants to sneak in carefully to try to get that car and then dip right back out. And it looks like the timing window is almost perfect here. Kinzo, I'm nervous here, Shayo. He gets it. There you go. Thank God he gets out of there as we go through to another fight here inside of Daily Bugle. Stompy and Gio on that 80 points so far in a pretty good spot in this final, getting W-keyed by a player with an appropriate name, W-key Able. I mean, for sure, he is able to W-key, and Gio in a similar situation to the Siptos, trying to play passive and run away now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough overall. Stompy, this team entirely just seems like they've had a little bit of trouble, a misstep even, that cost them the entire game. It's not even, a completely wrong calculation or a big mistake, just a slight error sends them spiraling into a place they don't really want to be in. And at the Bugle, we saw this in qual number 1. It is tough to get out of the spot with a card and get back under your game in a good pace, right? It gets really, really difficult. Right now, Anas and Pink as well, denying a little bit of the damage on what I was assume would be Kriachi and Stormy Right, bullying them a little bit. Curious to see exactly who it is. It is Kriachi Stormy Right. They're going right beside Sleepy Sound and or Logjam Lumberyard, excuse me. This should be the one spot that they could back up to if they're leaving Covert Cavern, but the issue is it's going to be a team that's not contested, that's going to be able to scout out the grounds and possibly push even for that surge. And Austin Pink in trouble in first place as well.
And this is what I mentioned, right? 4th game now, Kriachi and Storm Right in 18th place with 45 points. So they're trying to be proactive instead of reactive. They were eliminated in 13th place in game number 1, 22nd in game number 2, and 25th in game number 3. So that half and half surge really affecting them in this final. And now they're trying to play super aggressive against Pink and Anas, and trying to make an opportunity happen because they need elimination in order to catch up. They had a decent finals last week, and hopefully for my prediction they have a better one this time. But so far it's not too good.
Not too good for the moment, but they'll be able to get some damage and get out. That was the goal. Sometimes you don't even commit to the entire fight. For Gore, it might be a little bit different. Slowway right behind him. Maybe having a little bit of a pinch over here, but he can't go over to the left side. The hardwood actually misses and hits the enemy instead of the build. That's huge. And another just walking forward pump. It's actually Tico going down. Trulex. That was the first team I was talking about in game 1 that keeps getting keyed. It seems like they're our bullied duo of the day. No matter where they're trying to reposition to, there's a team that finds them and then just dives in the box.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chulix and Chico again getting eliminated by another team in the mid-game aggression. You know, the games where they aren't getting pushed out, they placed top 10 in every single game so far, but, you know, they got to survive. You got to be careful because there's aggressive teams in this lobby, and if you can't handle the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen.
You got to get somewhere. I don't know where they're
away from the kitchen, maybe.
Away from other teams, but there's just teams playing. That's so unfortunate for Chulix, too. The Harpoon kind of just solidifies everything. And the fact that Gore just like has the focus to just keep going, even though he's getting so much damage dealt to him. The trust in his teammate Slove to get the trade. I mean, ultimately, that trade didn't need to come through. He had the damage himself. It's still kind of nuts. Kinzel, the Ziptos back on their feet. The Ziptos on low HP, and this time they're getting chased. But for Texia, this is going to be a tough ride away.
Yeah, and this is the team, you know, these guys, they have struggled with Surge the entire game. And when there's a nice little cake right in front of you that's rebooting for you, you're going to take that opportunity to get everything that you can. Kinzo and Deceptor's only going to have those 150 word in total, as Kinzo has to pad away. 21 builds for him. Deceptor gets left in the dust, and he's going to be the bait. He says, he says, Kinzo, run away, my friend, because I will be your sacrifice. And Kinzo will have to do it yet again, because Deceptor goes down, unfortunately, and it is another waiting game for Kinzo to help his boy out.
I might not even need stats for this next claim, but I think the Siptos is the player in the lobby that's given away the most Elam points to other teams so far. Right? That's 4 in total. This man has gone down twice, and Vortexia and Castry, they're still searching for Kinzel.
Yeah, I mean, you want to maximize, right? Like, if you can solve your surge right now, then do it. There's no reason for you to, you know, play passively, let this guy run away from you. But, Vortexia has a little bit of a sixth sense. Maybe he feels like Kinzo's nearby in this bush, but, he doesn't seem to know it yet. And we're running out of places here for Kinzo to reboot. You can only reboot someone twice, I feel like. And there you go, the replay of it happening. Vortexia with that Stinger SMG to jump in through. Crawl from the outside trying to trade tags as well, and that is the Siptos. I feel bad for him, man. He has not had a fun game this time, and I feel like it's going to happen again, because Kinzo, being the good and valiant teammate that he is gonna try to reboot him yet again, and I feel like he's going to meet the same fate.
I'm wondering what the maximum amount of points a single player has given to another team has been in the past. I think Kinzo's going for a record right now with the Siptos. It might be 6.
Might be. I think you get 8. I mean, might as well. If
that's
you get a record
4 times.
That's my prediction for this game. If you're gonna do anything this game, if the game's gonna be a throwaway, might as well get the world record while you're at it. And 103 below surge. Actually, we might not even get to that point, unfortunately. So the fun and games are over for Kinzo and Deceptos. Now comes reality, as Castry and Vortexia are gonna hold them out yet again. And this outfit is so recognizable. And they know this is the solo, and they're gonna be pushing in. SMGs come through. Kinzo, can you make something happen? No, the pinch comes from both sides, and Vortexia and Castry take them both out, and that's going to be a good start for their game here. The surge is settled. They don't have to worry about it anymore. But for Hookah and Zessen here, who have been playing aggressively in Condo Canyon, their surge is not settled, as they're going to get pushed out here.
They're going to be tough. Hookah at some moments has, really good swings of getting enough damage done right in front of him. This is going to be nice! Control, box like a present. And Christmas is way past. Hookah's just going to be pushing forward and getting every elimination that he wants to, no matter what. Sirs is the one going knocked down and then completely eliminated. Past that, one more player just left right in front of him, and they know he has no shields. They know he's kind of healing up right now. Look at all the loot they got. 2 MK7s to switch into. Shield kegs, Spider-Man's web shooters as well. This is just an absolute treasure chest of an elimination.
It's good to see a little bit of diversity in the zones as well. Going to get a little bit of greenery, not all of that yellow sand that we're so used to. So, Pink and Anas going to have to adapt just a little bit to this different type of zone, but it's not too bad of a one, as we have Link here and Default still on this backside of Tilted. Kind of get held out now as Storm Surge is going to activate. 81 people left alive, so it's one of the biggest surges we've had so far. And Clement and Floki here on the left side of your screen are on top of multiple players. They're trying to scout out, trying to find something, as Link now goes back down Surge. And they do have a lot of shield though, so there's no reason for them to panic yet. But, they're going back up and down, Shayo.
Yeah, and right now there's going to be a team up top that is going completely down. I just saw Anas go down in the feed. Pink did get a little bit of a trade. That's Volko fighting Anas. I'm pretty sure that's one of the teams that lands inside covert a little bit and goes back and forth with Joe and Vino. Not exactly sure what's going on there, but it's all up to Pink now. White damage up on top of Volko, and he's going to go straight for that big finish, 360 surge. So they've been fighting for a long time, a little while. This time I'm going to have to go straight into the splashes as well. Yeah, Pink is going all in for this one. 2, will he drop 2 more as well? No, Volko will actually drop down towards the ground. Pink is still looking forward and has a little bit of control, but this time edit on one side. Matt's picked up on the other. He's maxed out on all fronts, and he has chances to go for a reboot on this north side. There shouldn't be too many people left here at all, but Pink is having so much trouble finding this elimination.
And I like the aggression here from Pink, right? He realizes there's very limited opportunities to reboot in this situation. So he needs to get this elimination as quickly as he can, because zone is ticking down. There's 4 more seconds to a zone, and the longer that you wait on this fight, the longer it is going to be for you to reboot your teammates. And you need to be eliminating this play as quickly as possible here, because you want to put yourself in a decent spot to set up. And now comes some good mechanics out of Pink. The player gets beat from the other side, but Pink doesn't realize this. He's in the box, and he's down now to 30 white health. Unfortunately for him, that play does get elimination, but does get siphoned, and Pink is gone. Game number 4 is not for Pink and Anas, and I feel like this is a bit of a snowball from that early game, right? They got landed on by another team, and then got pushed up by Curiosity and Stormrat yet again. And you know, the sort of mojo and the flow here is getting disrupted. And now with a different type of zone, this is something, you know, you're going to get these sort of curveballs thrown at you in Fortnite, and sometimes you're able to adapt, and sometimes it's just going to be tough.
Is very tough, but I still feel like they have a leg in the race, right? If their kind of history is we either go out without any placement points or we win a game, all they have to do is just stay alive towards an end game, have a chance at being top 3, because when they do stay alive, literally, they win back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, might as well win 2 games and then be eliminated early on into the next game. That's fine, you know. As long as you have the consistency, you know, so far, they've been eliminated in 22nd, won 2 games in a row, so this time being eliminated in mid-game, so surely they win the last 2 games of this final as well, Shayo.
Yeah, and how does that change in terms of this game for every team? They had a launch pad before they went down, so that's a lot less rotation available for a bunch of people that are going to be on the map. A lot of people like to just reuse these pads, and Pink and Anas are always in one of the best spots to use them for everyone to recycle as well, so that won't be a part of the business so far. And you're going to need launch pads for this next zone, because if you look at it, I don't see an inch of land inside where we're going so far. It'll be the absolute center point of the map, it seems like, right above Tilted, and there's just water. That's all I can see.
I don't know if you're the analyst, Shai, or if I am, but that brings up such a great point. You just sparked my memory here. And there's a strategy that a lot of these players can do. If you remember the outfits of the Covert team, right? You know, Ven and Joe, 2 guaranteed launch pads. You have to remember that. If you know what outfit they wear every single game, if you box up right next to them, guess what you get? 2 launch pads for free every single time. So this is sort of a strategy I've seen a lot of people do in solos as well. If you know a team or a player is near a, you know, an airdrop, for example, or a supply drop, then you know this player is going to have a guaranteed launch pad, and you're going to have to play right next to them. So that's a very high level strategy that can come out of some of these players. I don't know how easy it is to remember the outfit of another player though, because obviously, you know, they're going to be changing this. They're going to be changing those every single game. But you know, it's worthwhile to think about.
Absolutely, and you'll know they'll be on one of the sides of the zone as well, right?
Exactly,
like,
north side.
Look towards the north, look towards the west side, even if it is a zone that's kind of like this. The one thing I like about these zones, too, I'm a very kind of lore-based individual. I like to make up weird storylines in my head when I'm watching. You end up getting, like, continents of players and boxes that kind of build their own histories. I feel like everyone coming in from the east side will be fighting a lot more, right? Because the zone is slightly a little bit more northern, so they'll have a lot less match there, a lot more chances for a big box dive on the right big bases that are being built. Everywhere along the left, though, that'll be people who are very well off, haven't had to move too much so far. They'll be looking a little bit better on damage. They'll have a controlled game, so you'll see that poverty line kind of split way down right the middle diagonally. Everyone on the top left looking good. The bottom right kind of hungry to see what happens next. And no one is going to be near the center at all. I feel like they might be forced to be in a little bit of a second, but it'll be cool to see if the rich will have to move first on the top left side, or the people who are struggling a little bit more. Hookah and Zestin right now, who are low on mats, an inventory slot out, no rotation really. The bottom right will have to keep moving and keep up with the rich of the lobby.
All I know is I do not want to be that team on the bottom left of the map, right? If that zone does not pull to you, all the eyes are going to be on top of your face. And when you launch pad
as well.
Oh, they do actually get a package here. So maybe that, I mean, that is sort of a bittersweet thing, right? Because even if you launch pad in the situation, everyone's going to see that poor little team on the edge of the map ready to launch pad, and that is going to be free eliminations for this lobby. 1 more seconds to go, and I'm waiting for it. Oh my goodness, they get it. Somehow they've read the zone. Their brain is bigger than mine, so it doesn't matter. They've got that supply drop. They got zone as well, so those guys are vibing, Shia.
Yeah, more importantly for the rest of the lobby too, the poor will have to move once again. The rich part of the lobby ends up getting 2 care packages as well as 2 airdrops to launch pads. I mean, that's just insane. They get even richer. Now everyone else on the right side, this is where you see surge issues. Vico right now, he's going to be in so much trouble moving forward. Analex is also going through it right above him. Melody in front. Everyone's just kind of boxed out, having trouble. I'm not even sure if anyone survives this rotation.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of inexperience coming out. I believe Vico isn't a player that makes many finals lobbies, right? He's a very competent solo player. Struggled, I think, last week, this week, qualifying to the finals. You know, a little bit of inexperience coming out. He's doing pretty well, 53 points in total, but, you know, sometimes the surge just doesn't go for you, and that's depending on the zone. But, you know, what is going to be good this game is for Benji and Savage, right? This is a very good zone for them. They've struggled with having to move across the map the entire time. And now zone is basically in the backyard, and they have a pretty good spot to set up here, as, you know, with multiple teams here with no launch pads. And this is basically going to be a reverse of what I expected for those teams on the island, as there's going to be multiple eyes on you. And Vico, unfortunately, you don't ever want to shoot the players right in front of you, because, you know, those guys are going to turn back. You're going to make so much noise, and everyone's going to realize that you're there. But he was put into such a difficult position, needed that surge, so had no choice but to shoot, and he gets eliminated there in 26th place. But it's eerily quiet, Shayo. I feel like, oh, never mind, there's an SMG.
Always rely on it to have a little bit of a rattle. But yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. What people don't want to do right now is make anyone mad. There is no insurance in this zone whatsoever. You end up making a mistake and you need to move, especially if the zone is this low, this squished down. You're in the water right now, so everyone's just biding their time, waiting for the next zone to come in. And yeah, the cruise is over. You kind of go straight over towards land, get overboard, get right back into the brass tacks of Fortnite. They're going to be going right off the water. This is good for the majority of teams. The issue is, I'm looking at a little bit of a ramp. And, like, you know, if you're doing an incline walk for 40 minutes, your legs get tired. Right now, it's not muscles that are going to be strained for a lot of teams. It'll be their mats. Moving upwards, especially from a low ground position, you're going to have the sickest possible builds. And at the same time, everyone on the right side, there's not too many launch pads here either. It's going to be tough for them to move. Some people already low on HP, even setting in chat picks uncharacteristically when inventory stock is completely down, surge down as well. They have to move. They're swimming. They're desperate. This just looks like trouble.
I'm very curious to see who takes over high ground in this first movement, right? We have Pink and Anas dominating in that second to third moving zone now, but they're not in this game anymore, so I'm very curious to see who wants to go up for it. And I have a feeling it might be Benji and Savage trying to go up for it, because they have a very close by zone. They're going to have a higher average material count compared to the lobby, so hopefully we'll see some action on height here.
It's going to be action on height, survival on low, though. Somehow Hookah and Zestin still alive. The last duo in, and the first one out. Talk about produce rules. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're still moving in. 116 below. Hookah hanging on by a thread. They have to find one shot in a box somewhere. Anything. A possibility. A crevice. A crack. No, nothing. They have one wall flame. A little bit of damage traded, but it's only on towards them. Hookah now down to 1 HP. Zestin almost taken out on the left side. They're deleted, and we go back over to Savage. No Benji. Just one man with a mission. Absolutely catastrophic in terms of a position to try to take back first, but there's a chance there for Elims to see what they can do. On the other side, Vino and Joe, you're asking Boop who has height. It's the covert duo themselves, and they're not hiding anymore. They're ready to play.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, right? These guys had the most launch pads in the lobby. They have those Spider-Man gauntlets as well. They are the most aggressive duo in the lobby, and with that high fire rate golden SMG there, the second highest can be a little bit scared. But Savage here, this is the guy that you want in your corner to be clutching up, right? One of the best solo players in the game right now, has so much experience, has the biggest brain in solos, and with a Spider-Man in his hand, I think there's a good chance he can clutch this up here. And those crucial... Whoa!
What?
Whoa, no!
Wait a minute!
What have I just said?
The fix!
The pad?
Oh, he's back. Okay.
How is that even possible? They got booped by one of the webs that's there, and then actually just adjusts in midair like Spider-Man himself, and then finds a pad. Only Savage gets into situations like that and stays alive.
How does this keep happening, Shayo? How does it keep happening every single time I say something nice, they just get destroyed by something random? But Jew here, surely it doesn't happen to Jew, right? 3 eliminations, he has 7 builds. The zone is going to pull slightly back, so it's going to be a little bit careful, but Savage here finds another shot on another player. He's going to play this very slowly. He's not going to jump in aggressively. He's going to take and buy this time as he finds Slowway there. That's probably only going to give him Cypher materials in this position, but that's good enough. He does have those armored walls still to set himself up, though. There you go. 22 builds in total, but he's going to get held out, and he's stuck below this mountain now. Now it's Dew It's all about survival now against Stormrat and Kiriachi. Those armored walls coming greatly into effect. Those gonna be able to hold out, but there's another web there, Shayo.
What? He just keeps getting moved up. This is crazy. Webs that shouldn't even exist. But Savage makes it happen. Now his mats are out. Needs to find a shot in the pick, but it's not going to be possible. That's a different side of the zone. He's getting an absolute haircut from high ground, though. That's gone, and now it's up to T-Chips and his teammate Artskill to kind of take that lead. Hard find up top, and this time him and Nova have finally seen an end game. They don't want to go down now. They're trying to rain a few shots up top, keep that pressure up. It's not going to be enough. So far, they go for a few more beams, but it's blocked by T-Chip down below. There's still one more team that's in the mix. Ju finally down, and now it's a 2v2.
You gotta be careful though, there's that massive log in the middle of this end game, and you cannot build around it, so they maneuver themselves around to the left side, and Hardskill there, 11 eliminations in total. Artskill and T-Chips on 5 eliminations as well, but the mats are running out very slowly, and still 90 seconds left on the zone, and I don't think there's much you can do in this position here. It's all about biding your time. You gotta be very passive, you gotta be a little bit careful, but I feel like they could spray their SMGs just a little bit more, Shayo.
Absolutely, the final drop down's in. It's an absolute all-in, and it's Hardfind that finds a flush all the way on low ground. That's what I'm talking about. What a breakdown. They keep it simple. They keep it smooth. That's what we like to see, and that's what we expect from that duo on height. Crazy, though, that so many different teams hogged up all those eliminations. It's Savage with a clutch all the way in the top 10. That you don't see every day.
Yeah, these zones are so brutal. We saw this in the other game as well. When the pool's over water, everyone's material counts are just low, low, low. And, you know, the team that does the most eliminations in total, those are the ones that are going to have the most height going into that final moving zone. And they're going to have more of those times, more of those positions in order to set themselves up. And that's a free win there for Hardfind. And with that big elimination win, that's going to boost them all the way up on the leaderboard here.
Absolutely. I want to see exactly what that leaderboard looks like, but also what Zeke, Levin, and Reese think about that game.
Shayo, I don't know what's happening over here, okay? I keep assuming I think I know what's going to happen, and I keep assuming we've met the toppest high here of the competition in Qualifier 2, and then some other duo rises to the occasion and says, hold on, Zeke, you should be paying attention to us too. But it was two separate teams, Artskill and his duo mate coming in second place, who now seem to have overtaken that #1 spot. And then on the other side, Hardfind and Nova, 13 eliminations in game number 4.
Yeah, that's a big surprise. Shout out to my guy Coach Harry. I know he's been doing some work with Hardfind. Clearly, it's paying off. They were able to get the dub here. But look, Boop, spot on there, right? This zone was eventually going to come. You know, it always comes at some point, but it's so shambles for a lot of the teams. It's very, very hard to deal with. But props to Artskill doing because they've been very, very consistent over the course of the games.
Yeah, they've been absolutely popping off. Like, game after game after game, getting deep into endgame, second, first, whatever it is, they are up deep in there. But we got to give props to Mr. Savage. Let's be real. Yeah. He was down in 5th, and that solo clutch was 30 points by himself, by the way. 30 points to manage to fly them up, which was absolutely huge. It was unfortunate to see Benji go down to the back of the zone. A rough first moving indeed, but this is the kind of thing Mr. Savage is absolutely known for. I said at the top of the show that Mr. Savage is in his perfect form. He's in his final form, may I say, at this particular moment. Every single time you watch him, it is a highlight reel. And that gameplay that we just saw from him, the bouncing off of the webs, the utilization of the Spider-Man's web shooters to recover from being deep out inside the zone on multiple occasions, absolutely big-brained, and it's just what Mr. Savage is all about.
Yeah, man, the ability to just sort of stagger your rotations with the Spider-Man, sit behind, look for everyone to get ahead of you, and then you just sort of web your way in. And then, of course, when you're hitting shots like that onto Slove, goodbye, good night. Yeah, Savage is on one today. And look, people call him one of the greatest solo players ever. And it's not an exaggeration. Like, he just thrives. He can just get into that element, get into... Remember some of the show talking about snapping it on, right? He is just on point. Mr. Savage, man, what a player. Can't wait to see where they are now in the standings after that clutch.
Well, let's take a look together. Let's see how things are going, Levin. Remember, that was game number 4. We still have 2 games left to go, and we want to try and make it in that top 8 if we look to auto-qualify going to finals 2 weeks from today. Right now, Kinzel Decepto in 9th place, knocking on that door, right, trying to make it in. But once again, we turn our attention to the very top of that board. Eliandra, I'm so sorry if I say your name wrong, Artskill as well, 143 points. Now, once again, we've kind of seen that clutch, that solo clutch factor. We've talked about it all last year, and we're seeing it here once again, right? Mr. Savage, he didn't necessarily get the victory out. He didn't get a ton of eliminations, 11, but what he needed to do was secure that top 5, right? Because those points, they do matter.
Yeah, nah. And look, I'll be real. I said at the start of the show I was predicting them because of the hope, but this is going beyond hope now, right? This is a real possibility coming into these last 2 games, and you know, I hope they can sort of hold on to this. I hope there's no choking involved whatsoever, because everything is setting up well for them. Of course, we talked about the POI tilt. It's a great spot. Don't have to worry about the zone variation too much. So as long as they can stay how they've played so far, hopefully they will be in that top 8 by the end.
Yeah, remember I said the qualification threshold was 132 points last week? Well, guess what? Or qualifier 1, they're already on 132 now. But in first before this was Pink and Anas. They were in that first place slot. We saw them now drop down till 6th place just from losing out in that one game, right?
That's right. I can't. It's coming down to the wire here. You know, with 2 games left, some duo is going to turn this entire qualifier to on it and shake things. Dude, it was.
This was so rough because he doesn't get the siphon, because I think Vino in the distance gets the elimination and steals it away from him. So he could have actually maybe survived that, but he just barely missed on the elimination. You hate to see that kind of thing, man.
It's rough, man. Sometimes it just be like that. This is Fortnite. Some things will happen. Duels will rise and others will fall. But you guys heard that battle bus, which means we're getting ready to jump aboard once again. 2 more games before we wrap up the day in Europe. So for now, let's send it back on over with Boop and Shy Wager for game number 5.
Game number 5. This is where, if you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, it's time to rise up. You only have one more chance to get your name into the pot before it gets pulled on that final tally on the leaderboard. If you're on top of that ladder, it's time to play defense. That's T-Chips, Art Skill, that's Benji and Mr. Savage, PKR, Mappy, bunch of teams that are there past that 100-point threshold and want to hold on.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy still. You can still do it in 2 games. The point difference between that top 8 position and about 20th place is about 30 points, so basically 1 victory royale will put yourself up there. So it is still everything to play for. And everyone at the top, you can't get too comfortable unless your name is T-Chips and Art Skill, because you can still be knocked out of that top 8 as we go back to the absolute anarchy that is Chonkers, I feel like. And I mean, it's already over before it even starts there, as they get eliminated. Swilliam and Lecce, you know, finally winning it out again. I think they're doing a little bit better compared to last week, which is, you know, it's always good to see improvement from them. We always love to see Lecce on top, Shayo.
Absolutely. I feel like I have like a morning routine now with these games as well. I got to start watching Floki and Clement get bopped and have more action on Chonkers until we move on past that as well. But you can see across like all the regions we're looking at right now, it's Booga and Miro, 2 big names, right, from NA East that are rolling in with success in Chonkers and really moving on to the next portion of the competition. That might just change a little bit inside semifinals. We'll see exactly what breaks down before these qualifiers right now. It is very difficult to kind of get out of here and claim the spot entirely.
Yeah, I wonder if Booga and Miro were uncon in Chonkers. I'm not too sure about that, but in EU there are so many teams at Chonkers, so that statistic makes a lot of sense, right? Everyone's a piece of those coolers, and you know, if that happens, then obviously the teams that are landing there aren't going to do that well, because they're all trying to fight out for that loot. Lecce here with that nice little heavy shotgun popping through, and that is Floki and Clement's game done very, very swiftly.
Wow, okay, so Gore's also rolling in. Stena and Rayad taking out a team that's also very defensive off of spawn, especially in duos. Getting cracked. You don't usually see that every single game from them. So the aggression on the north side is still really reigning forward. The question is, what do things look like now? But we're talking about patterns, maybe getting aggressive a little bit too early on inside these games. Is game 4 a good time to chomp down on the duo that's contesting you? Benji and Savage thought so. And right now, that might be trouble for them, because the Deceptos and Kinzel, they might clap back.
Yeah, I think game 5, I mean, obviously Kinzel and Deceptors, they could be very emotional about this, right? They could try to fight back towards Benji and Savage, but these guys, I don't think that's within them. I don't think they need to do that. They're in 9th place right now. If they were a little bit further behind, I feel like they wouldn't make more drastic decisions in that position, but being just off that edge, that has to do something to you psychologically. You have to feel that pressure to not mess up in the early game, so there's no point to push out this, Io.
Absolutely. You want to just stay secure, and I'm liking that pattern as well from Pink, Anas, and every team at Covert Cavern this game as well. It's really fun to watch, though, because one slip up there on the mountain, you're straight up into another duel's box, and those are some high-placing teams right now. Pink and Anas in 6th overall. Mustache Malabuka, I mean, I expected a few greater things today overall, but it looks like Camp Cuddle has been a little bit of a problem for them to get out of. This off-spawn contestation, it's sticky, it's lasting longer today as well. And then on the back end of it, Mustache once again, shield crack, has to walk back to Malabuka. They split up that shield, they're ready to go again, but the pressure's on.
Yeah, and these guys have been haunting them for such a long time. Every single practice session, every single duo cash cup, the boys, Smeki and Gabix, the Italians, they are there haunting them. And you would expect Malibuca and Murstache to do, much better in these spawn fights, but I feel like a lot of the strengths come from the late game, right? They have the best clutches in late game, but the early game fights sort of not going their way, unfortunately. They don't have the material to sort of play the sort of play style, and now, looking at the point, that reflects it. 44 points in total while being contested. Definitely tough. I think they have their issues with Sturge in these stacked lobbies. I think it is sort of a blessing in disguise sometimes to be contested, especially when you're such an aggressive and strong fighting duo, but today that opportunity just hasn't presented itself.
It's very, very tough, and it just kind of gives me a little bit of a flashback, some reminiscence of Steamy Stacks, right? But even over there, they can just bunker down in brick and metal. It's very hard to break through walls, farm, and get found out. Over here, the lodge is all just wood, and it can get set ablaze at any time. Big sprays going to jump up and down from his opponents. Moustache can't find the finishing shot. Now Malibuca is hung out to dry by himself. They've taken high ground somehow. This entire fight is flipped on its head, but it's also reset because there's lots of chug splashes down below. That team now fully healed, ready to go. And Malibuca, he's feeling the pain from all of this. Barely any mats, barely any shields, just hanging on by a thread. Tyzon's the one that's creeping up from the left, but he gets bopped twice. The double SMG spray, they're still split apart. Where is Moustache? There is no help. He's been kind of just evaded the entire time. Tyson and Schmecky have the God movement, and yeah, there's a little bit of peering in from the windows, but that little bit of shopping might not be enough. You need to get in there, make some transactions, get some damage down. You can't just look at the clothes right from the outside. This is just tough for this team.
Yeah, and I think Murstache tried to play it a little bit smartly, right? He had that high ground advantage. In his early game fights, you really want to stay on top of high ground. You want to whittle down your opponent's materials. He made that big push to go for his high ground, but Malibuca was sort of stuck down below there. You can get all of the advantages on high ground, but if your teammate's not there, then it's not going to work out for you. As Murstache now, with those 6 builds, tries to go back down, but he is just in such a tough spot here. And these guys are unrelenting with this Stinger spray. 2 more builds left in total. He's able to run through the maze, though, surviving a little bit longer, but I don't see any chance he can survive this.
This is why you practice all those edits. He's been given about 3 or 4 very good timed pump shots. Somehow he's still making this an absolute big cost of time for Tyson to clasp down on, but there was almost a possibility there for a 1v2. He had about 3 or 4 shots that he could have hit a bit harder and made it a 1v1. Unfortunately, with all the pressure there, with a teammate down, with game 5 on the line, with the contestation and the SMGs spraying in your brain, it's tough to have that reaction.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried for Malibuca and Murstache, right? I think they are basically guaranteed to be qualified to the semifinals or the heats. But, with only having sort of one lobby of heats, with that constantly being refilled, you're going to be meeting up with these guys every single time, right? So if you're not winning these spawn fights, then I don't know exactly how you're going to be able to qualify to the finals, because you're not going to be consistent, you're not going to be winning games either. So we might not see a grand final with Malibuca and Murstache, and that scares me a little bit.
Yeah, that's not like EU. They need to be there. I feel like the one way you can do it is just not be in the same heat as the people that are contesting you. And like one big thing too, when it comes to, the qualifiers to semis right before finals storylines, is sometimes spots open up, right? People are already qualified. You might be able to move your drop spot, go somewhere else, qualify, and then come back. Those questions, though, are not on the mind of Jeff and Keandro right now. They're focused on surviving this fight in front of them, and that focus might be faltered by pump shots left and right. A big one there, though, with a trade. He goes for the finish and doesn't get it. Those Elam points, the 3 that he might desperately need, are not going to be there. Kiko and Mosh finally win a fight.
But they're getting chopped out now. He does use those Spider-Man, though, to get off of it. But Mosh, not so fortunate. They're breaking his legs, I believe, as Kylie now trying to push up towards them as well. And Mosh and Kiko, they're seeing red in the eyes. They're trying to push every single team nearby them. And I think it's sort of a reaction to being contested with Spawn and Joneses, right? Again, they're trying to chase that team from Joneses away from them. But every time they're running into a different sort of team, not the ones that they're looking for. And they run into Kylie and Fastroki. And I mean, Jeff doesn't even land in Joneses either, I believe. So, unfortunately, the game's sort of being thrown away. But maybe this is, again, a push for offering the draw spot, maybe for heat, for something else, who knows, because for finals, it's not working out here.
Not at all, and right now it's unfortunate too for Fastroki and Kylie. The longer this fight lasts, the less resources, the less loot they gain overall from actually finishing it. Kiko already wasted 2 launch pads, 4 Spider-Man charges. He's trying to run through those chug splashes as well. They need to finish this fight immediately. Try to get at least a little bit out of this, because I know they're going to be full up on minis anyways, but Kiko might clap back. He has the potential. He blocked off 2 different sight lines and hit a nice shot. Very good trade. That shouldn't be possible, but he's not on that wall. A nice little triangle edit with a big shot in from Fastroki. They finally clasp it down.
Yep, that was a little bit too easy. It didn't take that long, so fortunately Kiko not going to be able to live there, as we have another player just getting jumped in on the box by Kaizen there, also near those islands. And you know, it's kind of quiet now. 74 players left alive now. Players are trying to play a little bit more aggressively yet again, and we might even get second zone surge here, because I think people are jumping into boxes.
One of the mindsets around Game 5, Boot, for a lot of teams that are rolling in that might be around, let's say, 20th, 15th place, like 10, 20 points away. Do you turn on the gas now? Do you wait till Game 6 to do those desperate strats? Or do you keep it consistent?
I think it's entirely dependent on your playstyle, right? Like, in theory, the math is there. 2 good endgames, 2 top 10s or 2 top 5s. That should be enough if you're in the top 20 or top 15 range in order to qualify top 8. But you have to think about it. If they weren't able to do that in games 1 to 4, then doing it when the pressure is on in game 5 to 6 probably just isn't possible. So people sort of go back towards the animalistic sort of, you know, the animalistic sort of play style. They try to jump into boxes. Like I mentioned before, if you have a coach who, you know, helps you practice, you do things a certain way in practice, but you're so used to playing another playstyle, it's just easier to revert to that playstyle rather than, you know, keeping your cool. And as I say that, Kinzo and Deceptos, you know, a very passive trio who I thought would keep the cool, jump in the box there and get another elimination, but it is not Benji and Savage, luckily.
Yeah, I was about to get worried too. I thought it might have been Benji and Savage. You talk about those animalistic type tendencies going towards your natural. I feel like the Deceptos and Ginzel, one of the 2 players, no matter what team they're a part on, love setting traps. We haven't seen them do that much. They're here now in Game 5. They finally did set it up. Get one of the eliminations. We're talking about Benji Savage. Benji in trouble. Kinzel actually going down. They're finally actually clashing, going for the trade, and the finish comes through. Benji ends up staying alive. Kinzel is down. They like laying traps, but the one thing about laying those traps, you have to put yourself out there. You have to put your team on the line in weird positions. And yes, they pick apart one team, but now the big legends of EU come rivaling in and take them down once again.
Yep, and when you're laying a trap, you gotta be well hidden, and they were not well hidden. Everyone knew that they were fighting, and yet again, this goes back towards Tilted Towers, right? That being a super deep drop spot, a lot of mountains nearby, so much potential for third partying, so much potential for players to be in there, and maybe they thought that was Benji and Savage that they were trying to push in, but they got the wrong team, and Benji and Savage, they capitalized on that situation.
Yeah, and Tilt is just one of those spots that also evolves, right? You see a spot like, I don't know, Shifty Shafts, it never really changes in the way people interact with it. People don't go in there as like a refresher type of POI. They don't go in there to stay there for a while. For Tilted, yeah, it's a drop spot in the beginning, but after that, it becomes a central hub for everyone to come in between. You can't lay traps in there and be all, you know, lazy-daisy while you're moving around. Things can get bad, and that's exactly what happened for Kinzel.
It was close there, though, Shia. It was so close. Benji down to 30 HP there in the replay, but unfortunately there for Kinzo was not able to get through. But Deceptos, he's going to continue on to lay the trap. He's now fully pieced up, stuck between 2 big boys, and unfortunately he's not bigger than them, and he gets eliminated in that position. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do what Kinzo did to him twice last game, disappointing his teammate, unfortunately. But, you know, it's just another day in the office here for Benji and Savage, as they're up to 132 points today. Absolutely ridiculous gameplay from them, and you know, if they make it to the finals this time, I think it's going to be a good stuff. It's going to be a weird spot for them, because you know, DKS and Bad Sniper are already in the finals, right? Remember that. So they're going to have this, but times 10 in the finals, because this DKS and Bad Sniper, they don't care. They want to contest Tilted every single time.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if that contestation will actually end up having them clash completely, right? Because we just saw from today, there has been a little bit of that, you know, spinning top in a bowl type battle. They end up chipping away at each other over and over again and then spin out of control. They're not all inning each other completely.
Yeah.
Good, though, I'm liking the way he gets all aggressive in any team that he comes up against. Chavix and Steady, though, what's going on with them today? 9th place overall. It doesn't seem like an overall 9th place result that we see from them game after game, but Steady has had a few good clutches. I'm waiting for what I like to see out of this team group, the duo dynamics, not just the solo clutching, right? Because we know both teammates can do it. I want to see that synergy.
Yeah, they sort of haven't been able to put everything together, right? If you take a look at the last 3 placements, 7th place, 17th place, 12th place, and 11th place, they're sort of hovering around that top 10 range and not fully making it to that final moving zone. So there's some core issues there for them. Maybe they're not able to get the impact frags that they want. Maybe it's the zones that are playing for them. But having an uncontested job spot, you expect them to do a little bit better, but you know, the Survivor right now, they're sort of around that area, and with the Siftos and Kinzo going down, they are right there in 10th place. You know, 2 points is the difference between them and Kinzo and the Siftos, so this is a good start for them to sort of catch up in this last half of this final here, as they do have this fast car coming through, and it's another different type of zone, now near Cammy's pit, but no Cammy this time in this final.
Yeah, it's going to be steady rolling in for the moment right now, but they'll be able to see them very soon when it comes towards those finals. It's also so difficult to not say Cammy's name or Teeks when you say Settings. I'm still trying to get over that aspect. Also weird too, why isn't it ever going to be called the Seti or Teek split, man? It's always the Cammy split, you know what I mean? But I think we talked about that last week as well. I mean, you gotta... Cammy, he is the innovator, right? Seti, he might be the leader in the duo, but Cammy is the innovator, and he sort of finds out these spots. Surprisingly enough, the Castry and Vortexia actually doing super well. We've seen them, I think, 2 games out of the 4 games that we've watched so far being below Surge, but somehow these guys have been able to recoup this final, and 11th place for them is looking very promising. And right there, right beside them, is Joe and Venner, also on 89 points, very close by. So them doing well with a Covert Canyon team is honestly quite impressive, Shayo, because I feel like the Covert Canyon team has all of the advantages on the map to do well in this final, but so far Joe and Venner sort of been bullied from the teams outside of it, teams sort of prodding and poking at them, and you know, it's just the nature of that draw spot. You know, they were contested, I think, by 3 other teams in the last final, and that sort of helped them out get those early elimination points. That sort of boosts up their stats just a little bit, gives them extra surge as well. But when you're on con, you have just so much to loot in that area, and maybe there's such a thing in Fortnite as too much loot, right? You want to loot everything. You want this, you want that, and that's going to mess up your timings as well. We saw that with Benji and Savage, that other game as well. They try to loot too much, it's going to mess up your positioning, and maybe that's what's happening there for Vino and Joe here. Absolutely. The thing with them, like, you're just correct on that, right on the nose. They spend so much time inside that Vocal and Payna and Us and Pink, they end up taking so much control around them, they have tough times getting out of there after the fact as well around Covert. Then you have that entire Camp Cuddle, you know, beef going on they have to walk through as well. You have Senna and Rayed sometimes who are alive, Naku as well, could actually Stormy right, they have to walk through sometimes too, so they have to be very careful off that early game. It feels like with the way zones are going, with the way the pace of the game is going in EU specifically for this round in qualifiers, getting out earlier is a lot better. Getting control of the map just allows you to play. We're talking about Cammy just a moments ago. Cammy and Teek showed that, right? The way they just move over to Tilted Hills, have a complete reign on their game. They look calm. When I look at Joe and Vino, I always sense a sense of a little bit of panic. You know what I mean? They're always in spots they might not want to be in, and that might be trouble. Yeah, and it comes all down to preparation, right? A lot of players, they seem to think that you need to, you know, make the decisions in-game, right? Oh, this zone shows up, okay, this is what we're going to do. But for sure, I know Cammy T, they probably know exactly what to do in every single type of zone situation. And Venom and Joe here, I don't feel like they're the type of dude to sort of prepare. They're more like butting their heads at a wall and then seeing if it breaks. And then most of the times it does break, and they're able to play aggressive and find those sort of cracks in those walls to find those points. But, you know, in a final situation, it's very tough to be consistent, and with every single zone, you know, we've had a top right zone, we've had a bottom left zone, we've had so much variety in these zones, and now this zone yet again, a very tough zone to sort of play because of the open sort of planes. It's going to be very hard for you to rotate, and zone actually does pull towards that gas station side, so there's going to be one big central team on top of that gas station. Everyone's sort of going to be outside on the outskirts, and you have to use so many materials in order to get into the zone because there's not that many hills to block out your line of sight, and you know, if you're the last team to rotate here, it's going to be so scary for you, Shayo. Absolutely. Joe and Vino are one of those final teams rotating, and who's watching them like hawks right now, looking at the mice running through the field. It's Pink and Anas up top on a hill, but they're not going to strike just yet. The talons aren't going to be outstretched. Joe and Vino will be able to move around a little bit. Look at Pink and Anas actually adjusting, going slightly more south, looking to maybe block them. No, they're actually going around the hill, and it's Joe that ends up striking first. You talked about not shooting people on rotation. Joe gets a little bit cheeky with it and gets a few free shots in. Sometimes you get those opportunities, but I bet you, Boop, I bet you that Pink will remember that, and now they have this duo on their sightlines permanently for this game. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to remember that team that sort of briefed you. And there you go. Another team puts a shot in the face of Joe. And this is what I mean, though. Pink and Anas, I feel like Joe and Venom probably shouldn't have shot at them there, because if Pink and Anas did not see them on their rotate, they could have just followed suit right behind them. But now they're forced to use the launch pad because there's so much players on the southern edges holding them out. And Pink and Anas, look, on the bottom right, they've made it in for free, right? They've made that rotate easily. They were able to hold out the other team, and that might have a bigger effect than you think, Shayo, because
that is the other high ground team in this lobby, right? We saw Joe and Veto on height into that second and first moving zone. So if they eliminate the other high team in this lobby, we might see another win here for Picking a Nas. Maybe that streak continues. You know, one bad game, two victory outs, another bad game, and then another 2 victory outs. Who knows?
Could be the wave. I see Chapix and Seti though inside this game. You're talking about not too many hype teams alive all the time. I know that Chapix loves to stay high and dry completely every time he's playing this game, no matter the mode, no matter the meta. So that might be a thing. It all depends on who gets this next zone. And as the circle closes in, it's not going to be Seti and Chapix. And just like they didn't get zone, Seti does not get a good trade there either. Completely deleted on shield as it comes in. Some players who we're not going to be seeing so far are going to be Vortexia, Naku, Drawn, a bunch of people who are not making this squish when this fourth zone comes in. The pressure too much to handle. Kasri getting traded as well. Benji getting a refresh. A very good sign for this moment. But who is every team looking at to face, to dethrone, to pass by inside the top 8 when it comes to actually fighting for those bragging rights? Because all those guys are pretty much almost already qualified. It's T-Chips and Artskill. We're having this incognito type run. It's not crazy. There's no victory royales really, outstanding, fully attached to it. They're still looking really good as they walk in. A second place to start off the day and a second place in the previous game. They're almost there on that win, but they're doing so mighty fine throughout this day.
And this is now again a result of that sort of delayed road for Picking a Nas that managed to make it in. But you had a very good point there. I mean, 2 teams out of the top 14 are already done in this game. Kinzo and Deceptos, and then Nelu and Flixie. Those guys are done in game number 5. So it gives you some room here to catch up for these players. And you got to make every single game count here as we have some teams flying across as Chapix gets eliminated and Janice as well. And Janice just haven't had the best of games today, I believe. Said he's managed to make it in, but not without his teammate, unfortunately. And, this is going to be a very interesting zone to play through because unlike the desert zones we've seen before with a lot of hills, a lot of sort of buildings in there, there's not much to connect to in this zone. It's very flat, and if the zone pulls south, then it's very good for the high teams, but if it pulls north, you're going to have vest so many materials in order to keep that high ground.
Absolutely. Want to make sure you're in the best positions to be able to translate those positions into points. But what is the context? What are we watching for right now? Obviously, it's top 8, but you can't really end up seeing that right now. Seti, Chapix, 9th place overall. Bottom left, you can see it. The points, 95. They want to get to about 110 by the end of this game, but once again, it's just Seti with the clutch. If they get closer to 120 as well, that's going to be huge. A placement point ticking in, 96 for Seti overall right now. The Elims will be worth 3 each. What he wants to do is just get into the top 8, maybe get in the 7th, 6th place overall. It'll be a good spot to be at because you don't want to be right on the line. But that's going to be a big task because it's just him. And yeah, he can pull a little bit of loot with those webs. But now it's all about going all in. He has the zone. It pulls towards him. He should be ahead of Surge. Right above him is that first place team. They'll be playing passive. So that's very good for Seti. Just keep rocking. He might be able to just follow them. Meanwhile, everyone else is looking to maintain that 120-point line, stay ahead of it. And Austin Pink, not fully qualified just yet, but this game might solidify that.
Yeah, and this is sort of a result of them using that launch pad early on that other rotate. Like I said, this is such a tough zone to rotate because of the open plains, and that that's going to be translated for this first moving here. Making us have to go through that Loga, but Seti, in the meantime, stuck between multiple players, able to hold out somehow, fully pieced that opponent, and he is gone. See you later. Spider-Man's away, and he should be able to survive this, but he's still 111 below Surge now. He gets shot now by the teams, and this is the ideal timing, right? All of those players are going to be launch padding halfway through and now into the static zone. They're going to be looking back towards low ground because this isn't a water zone. This is a flat zone, and there's going to be people on low ground that you can eliminate for free, and Seti's going to be one of those players. Still 200 below Surge here, trying to traverse through this. The Spider-Man is saving his life just a little bit. He has those heals to survive though, but 5 more players need to be eliminated, and Picking a Nas, they're also in the trouble here. Also below Surge, but they tick back up, luckily for them, and here comes those chug splashes, and this is what I mentioned before, those chug splashes for height, and there's no one on high ground actually, and all of the high ground teams are, I think, out of this lobby. I think Venom and Joe, they were very, very scuffed going into this rotate because Picking a Nas held them out, and this is what I mean, Shayo. This is a butterfly effect. They held Veno and his duo out very early on into half and half, and now they're the only aggressive high team now progressing into the second moving.
Hey, you called it, Boop. It's all about having maybe one rocky game and then going for another back-to-back for Pink and Anas. They're right there, but Seti is still keeping the dream alive. 12 HP. He can barely even dip into the zone. He has a little bit of shield to work with too, but heavy shotgun shot, a rattle of an SMG should just delete that in just a second. He has to play defense perfectly. 4-match, 2-match, 1, and almost done. Now he just has one more ramp to place. It's not going to be enough, but he has enough to get past that 100-point threshold. 138 for an Austin Pink, though. They're in a different complete dimension, a different hemisphere. They're literally all the way up inside the skies, and they're making it look like they're playing the same game over and over again. Randomly walk up on height and beam everyone else down below.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, the zone does not pull back now into this 8th moving zone, so they have limited materials. People are going to be building for them, so they're going to be delaying their rotate just a little bit, but they have teams below them, and if there's teams aware, and they can be a little bit dangerous, though, but Kyriachi and Storm right here, they do find more elimination on this backside of the zone. That's going to give them Siphon, but now back to 0 as they hold back out, and they're going to be careful now.
Absolutely, Kyriachi actually ends up interrupting that high ground take, and then Stormy Red that takes apart the other 50% of it. Pink and Anas are down. Kyriachi at 116 points will look to take away their place on the leaderboard and maybe even get closer to the lead. This might be a qualifying run for them. A victory royale here might solidify their spot inside the finals of this duo FNCS. Have a launch pad below, but not actually going for it at all. They just want to maintain control and make sure no one comes up. Look at the beams, the spray from Kyriachi. This man is finally awake and ready to get things going in this end game. You notice 360 degrees, he's just moving around and around. It's like his entire mouse is on a spinning top. Him and Stormy Right have absolute control. Hookah, Kaizen, Nyzen all the way down on low ground. They have to stay secure.
Yeah, and there's a lot of very new duos in this endgame, right? A lot of faces we haven't seen before, but one we have seen a lot is Hookah here. 150 points, 4 eliminations, but unfortunately he went into a full duo on that low ground as we go into a 2v2v1 situation. Link just surviving now with one more build. He's sneaking his way through, needs to be a little bit careful. There's a rock there right above him that's going to provide him a little bit of cover. He's going to drop down there, and they don't know. The tracking is good, but unfortunately not good enough, and that's only good for the high ground team here, Shayo.
Absolutely, a good interruption though. Now it'll be a 1v2. Disaster for Kaizen. Absolute glory for the team that retook height. Kyriachi, Stormy Right, they won an FNCS. They won a game here too as well. That's what I'm talking about. Make that game 5 look so good. A retake. We have not seen that today. It's been too free for Pink, and Kyriachi finally comes in with Stormy Right and adds a cost.
Yeah, unfortunately not a zone pullback, right? I think if the zone did pull back in the situation, it would have been a guaranteed win for Pink and Anas, you know, as we saw in those other games that they did win. But this time it didn't pull back, and sometimes, you know, things don't go your way. You just got to be lucky sometimes. But Kyriachi and Stormride were deadly on this high ground and the zone, and that's a 7 elimination victory royale for them. And, you know, that bodes very well for them because all you need is those games to catch up. And this is a very good spot for them.
Absolutely. I want to see what the desk makes of that one, because if this is a team that's rolling in and looking good, I can't imagine what the rest of the board looks like.
Let's take a look together. Shia Wager, I appreciate that you had your comb in hand. You're making sure the hair looks good. I appreciate that. Always looking good as possible. My goodness, Stormy Right, Kyriachi, they come into that game at 13th place. And after that run, they are now looking to contest into that top 8 for sure. I mean, Levin, I'm not surprised by any means, but what I am happy to see is them finally having this game, because they are a duo that are capable of putting up performances like this, but it's not as consistent as it needs to be.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, these guys, like we mentioned at the top of the show, they're sort of just taking the season as it goes along. And at every moment when people sort of doubt their ability to move forward and keep on getting better, they do just prove people that they can. Yeah. And this is what you get with elite players. Kyriachi, if you're ever thinking about quitting Fortnite, please don't, right? We need to see you continue to pop off in end games, man, because the talent is still quite obviously there. And if they go into this last game with the right mindset and actually have a good game and retain a spot in the top 8, FNCS could get long for some teams.
I mean, I think they only need a couple more points now. I think they're up to 132, if I saw correctly there. They had 79 before that, and then that elimination game that they got, 53 additional points. So they nearly just got all the 4 games points before that in a single match. And, like, Kyriachi himself has been an incredible duo player all the way since Chapter 2, Season 2. Probably before that. I don't know even that far back at that point, but even since then, always been super deadly, was always capable of stuff like this. And when he's teamed up with Stormy Right, we've seen it succeed in the past. FNCS champions, like you mentioned. Here we go. This could just be a run for the FNCS finals.
That's right. We can't forget, of course, Anas and Pink. I just don't know how they continue to have that high ground, right? It doesn't matter who's up there. They just know when it's time to execute, when it's time to move on over, they're ready to engage. And I mean, especially in this game, they struggled, right? They struggled here in the early game, and then they just completely changed the game. They're like, look, we need to find eliminations. We need to go for height. We know what we need to do to win. Let's just do it, Levin.
Yeah, honestly, you know, Group made a great call, right? They really were unfortunate in terms of the zones here, right? In terms of just not being able to have the zone pull back on them, it just meant that they were so shambles. And honestly, man, as much as I'm sure they would have wished they could have a better game, again, they've shown in multiple games now, they are the only real elite high ground team. Coming into this last game, everything's setting up for them to be able to close it out and secure themselves in that top 8.
Hands down. Realistically, what's interesting is the fact they got sprayed out by Kuriachi Stormer, who obviously ended up winning the game, but they also had no mats. So it was like no mats versus no mats. If they kind of funneled that a little bit later and focused downwards rather than just tarping head, we saw they were just busy building basically in that wood to get ahead. And if they looked down, they would have been able to probably pick up some elims there.
Well, let's see how this affected the standings, friends. 1 game left to go. Remember, top 8 is what we're trying to hit. 120 is that threshold right now. So remember that as we go into the final game on the day. But right now, once again, Benji, Savage, they've taken over that number 1 spot. That's great and all, but I want to turn your attention to that 6th place spot. From 13th place, now, Kuriachi, Stormy, right, they've broken in to the top 8. But remember, 120 is that cutoff. It's really not that much, right? That's a handful of eliminations. That's a difference in placement. Anything still can happen. The final game on the day. Fortnite fan, make sure you buckle up and be prepared. We're doing this one last time in Europe from qualifier number 2. Boop, Shy Wager. Take us in.
Zeke, Levin, Reese dropping up knowledge bombs like usual, and it's rightfully so. Right now, game 6, so close all the way towards that top 8 spot. Boop, one more chance for people to qualify. It's top 8 that they're going for, and this is the FNCS.
Yeah, there's a few duos that are guaranteed call. I think Benji and Savage being one of them, T-Chips as well. But that does not bode well for Kinzo and Deceptos. All the way down to 12th place now with 95 points. And if I was Benji and Savage, I'd probably be pushing towards them because you want to be eliminating another tilted team away from your draw spot. If you have another tilted team qualifying, then you have 3 people in that party and it's going to be a mess. So I'm expecting a lot of aggression or spawning for Benji and Savage.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of mess from start to finish in this game as well. I mean, we got Default and Link. Link 3rd place in that last game, 9th overall right now. He needs top 8. So many teams behind him as well. Who will be that team that qualifies? We'll find out right now in game number 6.
Game number 6, the ultimate game of this finals. There is so much on the line here. One game could be the difference, but will it be the difference for Kinzo and Deceptos as they have first place Savage and Benji right next to them? And that is probably the worst case scenario you can have because those teams are going to come in with confidence. They don't care anymore. All they care about is alphaing their draw spot, Shio.
Absolutely. Redemption also on the table for many teams who've battled off spawn. On the top right of your screen, you can see Clement and Floki for the 6th time on broadcast in a row going for it. 66 points. It's about 33 away from trying to be in a spot that can qualify. They'll have to go for this win and this off-spawn fight as well. We'll see what breaks down. It's Swilliam, and this time he's denied. Clement and Floki stay alive. It'll be Lexi somewhat nearby, and another 2 teams they have to fight towards. Link is here too, and so many stories must clash now before everything else, before even the end game, in terms of getting through to the finals and to getting towards that top 8.
Yep, this time he did get that Stinger SMG. Luckily, no more Ranger, but is it going to work out for him? It will. There you go. That's easy done, and that is Swilliam and Lecce being taken out very early on into this game. I think it's been pretty even today in terms of these spawn fights. Floki and Clement doing pretty well. It's going to be tough for them to qualify, though. I think they need to get basically a win at this point in order to qualify, but with Surge set up right now, it could be good.
Yeah, if history also repeats itself properly, I mean, we saw Pablo roll in somewhere near the 19th place slot all the way towards top 8. It was insane. Benji and Savage, though, they should be qualified totally right now. This is the POV of them owning Tilted Towers, and now we see the Siptos on their side. What happened here? Was it trouble inside Paradise? It was absolutely. Savage actually beams them down. That's insane, and they get the finish, Boop.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually of what happened there. I thought Savage and Benji were going to push them very aggressively, but oh my goodness. This is what I mean here, Shayo. It is all about blood now. They do not care. They are qualified. It is all about making sure that the other team does not qualify.
Yeah, the agenda has changed. Usually from this spot, I would see Benji and Savage. We've both actually seen them leave Tilted, go for farming other mats, go and actually play out their game. Them having 154 points, being qualified, what do you not want inside the finals? A team contesting you, right? So all they're going to do is just sit on Deciplos' card and wait for like 5 minutes. They'll wait until the third zone, until Gilzel has no chance to play out this game.
Yeah, that is just absolute pain for Kinzo and Deceptos. Honestly, it might have even been worthwhile to not even land in Tilted at this point, you know? Maybe change it up, try to do something different, maybe catch another team off guard. Obviously, it's hard to be a mind reader, but in those sort of situations, I mean, if you see the first place team right next to you, it's sort of obvious of what they're going to do, right? They're going to be pushing in towards you because they already have DKS and Bad Sniper there in the finals waiting for them. And this time, they don't want Kinzo and Deceptos there as well, so... maybe Tilt is going to be owned by those two, but Kinzo and Deceptos, you know, they're good enough to make it through the heat, to the semifinals. I think there's a chance there, but in this final, it's not looking too great.
I was still right here and right now. Kinzel, let's talk about it. What does he need to do as a solo? Because we've seen phenomenon happen before. He's about 25 points behind, and then he needs to not only catch up, but then thrive past that. So he needs basically a solo top 3, a solo win. Clement and Floki as well have a long ways to go, almost 50 points in total. Ooh.
Yeah, Kinzo, I mean, it is very easy now because the games are getting progressively less stacked, right? So he's not going to have to deal with that second zone surge. So that is one of the biggest issues that you have as a solo is that second zone surge, trying to get those tags. This time, he's not going to have to do that, but getting towards that half and half surge, it is just so tough as a solo to farm 600 damage because not only if you shoot another player that, you know, those guys will know that you're a solo. And if they see a solo, especially right now in the last game, people are going to W key that solo without a doubt. And that is what Clement and Floki are doing here as well as they find another player. But again, so much aggression in Oxfam fights. They're going to be pinched by multiple players. And it's Jackson yet again. I think it was Vicariona. Vicariona, oh my goodness. He just had a firing. It was like fish in a barrel there. Two of them just funneling into the box, and that was just easy shots. I could have even hit those shots, Shayo.
He was in the perfect spot. A shadow, a little bit of darkness inside the box, and it strikes. Unfortunate for the team that was looking for the comeback potential, but this is going to be very good for Link. Him in default, 9th place. They're right on the line. They want any free elimination they can get. I can smell, I can feel the hunger, and Vico can too. He's running as fast as possible, away and away, back into the darkness, the place that he works best, but no, chased by a flashlight. It's Link and his box, the beams, it's too much. Vico can handle it actually. He actually flaps back, but no, there's no possibility to stay alive with default finally coming in. That's the main man when it comes to aggression in that duo, and he wraps that up supremely.
Yeah, it's like an animal backed into that corner. The little corner there for Vico, he somehow turns into a monster. Almost took out one of those players there, but unfortunately, 2v1 situation, it's just not going to happen. And Link and Default here going to get that extra elimination point, put them up to 115, and they're making their way closer towards that final top 8 position.
Yeah, they're 5 points now in difference to Nailu and Flixie. And that team should be one that we have to watch because that will be very, very disastrous in terms of them going down. That'll open up the floodgates for everyone to come up. But I see 2 eliminations on Benji and Savage, though. That means at some point, Kinzel should have gone down as well. This is Vico just popping off from his perspective. Looks absolutely phenomenal and great. Let's see if we have a POV extra to see exactly if Kinzel also went down. He'll maybe be there in the future.
Yeah, it must have been Benji and Savage, right? He must have remembered the outfit that Kinzo wore. And Kinzo, I don't think there's much of a point playing this out as a solo. It is just too difficult to do in this finals lobby. And Benji and Savage, there were 2 eliminations. Oh, we are actually going to see
here it is. Okay, nice.
And they did chase him all the way out towards that east side of zone. Benji and Savage, you know, there it is, done and dusted. Kinzo and Deceptos, unfortunately for them, will not be making it into the finals through top 8, but they have guaranteed their slot into the semi-finals. But Benji and Savage here only have one thing to worry about, guaranteed in the finals of this FNCS.
Now there'll be victory lapping, and wow, Janice going down? Casri Vortexia with a big giga clap on the south side. This is kind of nuts. I mean, they've been interrupting so many different teams. It comes at a cost, though. They have to use so many heals after all these fights. It's never fully clean, but they do get the job done. 96 points. They're also 15 away from the top 8, and they're trying their best to catch up with eliminations.
It seems like everyone's trying to push Castry and Vortexia for some reason, but they always clap back. I mean, they have such good aim, obviously because they're both controller players, but, you know, we'll move on from there. But, you know, those guys have very, very good box fighting mechanics. They're not afraid to sort of react to that position. But there you go. If you take a look at the stat here, more than 30% of the 30% of Castry Vortexia's points have come from when the other one is down. So these guys are just so clutch, Chayo.
They're so clutch, but that's also kind of like a walking paradox, you know? When you look at it from that perspective, it should be both teammates being alive, that's where you get the most elims, but it seems like one goes down, that's when they finally wake up. I like to see it.
Yeah, I wish I knew what paradox meant. Yet again, like I told you, I don't have that dictionary with me, Shah. You're going to have to inform me. But Castry, he is doing the walking, though, as he tries to play aggressive on this player. Rotary trying to run away, but these guys, they see, yet again, 2-3 eliminations. And that's, again, going to be the search salt for half and half if they can find this player. Castry is going to be low on material count. 45 builds for Castry as he still comes through. The pinch comes in. And Vortexia eliminates that player finally. And that's them having now 2 extra eliminations. That's 6 points in total. And that's going to put them up on the leaderboard slightly even more. As you go back over, I feel like we've seen this every single game so far, Shia. Marsh and Kiko just chasing out a team out of Jones's as another team of Mappy looks nearby. And I think they don't want a piece of this and they try to run away.
Not at all. 120 once again is the line we're looking at right now for a lot of the teams in the early game. That's kind of what they want to hit with all these eliminations, get closer to. That is where 8th place is currently at the moment. That's Nailu and Flixie. Benji actually getting taken out, but it's not that prevalent. Might not net them the first place position overall. I'm getting flustered too because this is just so intense. There's so many teams here right now. Mappy and PKR, depending on how the end game goes, booped, they might not even be qualified as well, right? I think 132 is the line we were looking at for points overall. Yeah. Just need a little bit more, but who knows how exciting this final game gets. They have to keep pushing onwards.
Yeah, it's entirely dependent on how consistent the top teams are, right? If a lot of these teams go down early on, then you can have a massive shift because the format sort of plays towards that, right? 32 points for the Victory Royale. That's basically 13 eliminations per win. So anyone could do it. You can either play for late game, you can play a little bit more aggressively, and that's what Vino and Joe are doing here with 4 elimination, Shia.
Turning on the aggression, and usually when you guys are watching, you want to pay attention to the top left to see how many people are alive, yada yada yada. The top right can show you the game state. The bottom right is the mini map. What you want to be paying attention to is not only the points overall, and we're saying it's 120 that people need to get to right now, but it's the bottom left of the screen, what place the team is in specifically. Anyone with 8 and above is qualifying for the FNCS finals. Down below, they're trying to get to 8th and climb towards the sky. This is obviously the first place POV. This is us just watching a victory lap, but we're also watching Savage and Benji potentially end or affect other people's runs. I believe Irazumi right here down below is very close to the line of 8th place. They're 10th overall. They're 2 spots away, and they're trying to hunt the first place phenomenon that is Savage for the moment, and he is clapping back in this 1v2. Irazumi down, peeked apart again is his teammate. Leader beamed, 1 shot, so close. Savage with 7 HP. Is it the lucky number though? He only has the 50 pot. Leader has all the chugs available for him on low ground. He is ending someone's run single-handedly while in first place. This is the ultimate flex.
Yeah, and Overden and Irazumi, they're very close to qualifying as well. This is a big fight. And Savage does get the finish there, and another team's going to come in, and Savage is just so ridiculously clutch. And I feel like it's a little bit of a happy, sad story for Benji and Savage. You know, they did eliminate Deceptus and Kinzo. You know, they were able to, you know, push them out of Tilted Towers, but I feel like there's a certain level of accolade in order to win the finals as well. You're coming in with a boom, you know. DKS and Bad Step, they did pretty well in the finals, but Savage and Benji, they want to win today. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, though, as they do get eliminated, and we're not going to get a first place for Savage and Benji, because T-Chips and Artskill, they're very nearby, and I think that would have been a big flex.
Possibly. It's not to be able to push this game, and what Savage did set up is Flixie and Nailu, the POV I really wanted to see. 8th place, you can see on the bottom left. It sets them up to get another free 3 elimination points, and turn that 120-point line to 124. Now even boosting up with a placement point for that extra one, and possibly even taking out Leader, 10th place right below them. They do get him down, so that's one team they're worried about, not in the running. They're still in 8th place overall. 127 is not enough to get them into 7th. They're still on the line, but this is the hot seat Flixie and Nailu, they will be the ones holding everyone back. They will be the targets of the rest of the lobby. Look at Savage, though. That basically just secures the destiny of leader Nairazumi. Imagine going for that 2v1, being confident, but it's Mr. Savage, and he lands the shots, and then Flixie comes in 8th place to set you apart and solidify you, freeze you in 10th. That is heartbreaking, but it happens here. That's just some of the stuff in the qualifiers for the FNCS.
Yeah, and it's going to be very good for them, right? It's going to give them a little bit of breathing room because the Ovda and Iwajumi are right below them on the leaderboard, only about 10 points behind. So they're going to have a little bit of space now. They can make a few more mistakes. Obviously, you don't want to make those mistakes, but if they do happen, then you have that little bit of buffer in order to save yourself and be able to qualify. Setting Chapix also around the range. They're going to be very happy to see Iwajumi and Ovda also go down in that situation because the more teams that go down, the better it is for you.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's Flixie and Nailu who are taking those teams out. They're happy there's one less team to worry about, but the bar is being set higher. Imagine going for a high jump, Boop. It's at 2 meters, and as soon as you're up in the air, it jumps up to 2.5. That's literally what's happening to these teams. The bar is being set to a point where they can't even leap over it, and if it's Flixie and Nailu who end up getting more elims, people like Vino, people like Chapix, they're in trouble. 106 points. That is 20 points behind.
I appreciate the confidence that you think I can jump 2 meters, Shayo, but it's more like half a meter in that situation, more than likely. Maybe 30 centimeters, Maybe on a good day I can do,
We'll work on 40? It. We'll work on it. I'm a jump trainer, Yeah.
I might need your help after this, but 2 meters, that's an interesting analogy to pick for me, to be honest, as we go back towards Venno and Joe. They are very high up, maybe higher than 2 meters in this position on this high ground. And Joe is sort of running around, trying to clear out the space and back over towards his Butterball side. We're going to get another Cami split zone with Mappy and PKR. I feel like they've been very quiet today. Haven't seen them too often in the late game, but they're up here on 132 points, Shayo.
Yeah, they're just kind of dabbled in the top 15, the top 10 over and over again. One misstep in the last game, 25th place. They just had a few placement points, no elims. Now, it's about keeping that consistency. We talked about it in game 3, Boop, right? You want to keep playing the same way. Maybe in game 6, that's where you make the switch, but they've kept true to their form. 132 points. We're wondering, who's ahead of Flixie? Who's in 7th place? Once again, look at the bottom left, Team 7. They're the ones in 7th place, 5 points ahead at 132 points. And they're looking for a little bit more pressure now, too. Analyx X Squeeze, you might be wondering back home, why is it even worth to watch people in 20th place right now? What are they going to be doing? They're best to interrupt the competition. They're best to get some practice. And right now, they're going to be affecting 7th place in total. PKR and Mappy being targeted by the 20th place team right now. They're looking for big swings. They're looking for desperate moments of elim after elim links. And it might be PKR they rush towards.
Yep, and I hope to see some improvement from some of these players compared to the last game, right? This is basically a replay of that other game, so you're able to change things up again. Hopefully we won't see Venno and Joe get stuck on edge again, Pink and Anas. Hopefully they're able to rotate just a little bit quicker, sort of learn from those mistakes. But it is all about Chapix and Seti now, though, because they are in a very good spot now to hold out a lot of players. And, with this river in the middle of the zone, it's such a tough zone to play a lot of the time for these players. I always feel weird sort of thinking about positioning these spots because you want to be playing through these ridge lines. You have a few hills that you want to sort of maneuver across, but that water is so deadly sometimes. And if you get unlucky, I'd say I'm unlucky to get half an app, but sometimes if you're unlucky, you get half an app and you're on that low gun on the river, you're just going to get smothered over and over by multiple players, and that's not the spot you want to be in.
Not at all, and you're not only thinking about your position overall, you're thinking about, how do I move to get even more points? Seti not even has to worry about making, good decisions and playing a normal game. He needs a big swing. He's about 20 points behind, 22 points actually. He needs to get to 127 right now to catch up to 8th place. He's in 12th. It might just be 4 places behind, but multiply that by 6 basically, and that's what he needs in terms of overall performance in this game so far just to keep up. PKR finally gets the pressure off his back, but it costs him a little bit of time inside the storm. He has to move back up just a few meters away, but Boop, in these situations, 10 meters can feel like 30 miles in getting into the zone.
Yeah, 10 meters definitely feels like 30 miles for me, usually, Shayo. But for that player, that PK eliminates him very, very swiftly, and that's pretty much easy. Interesting fact I want to give you guys real quick, though, is Seti and Chapix have the lowest average eliminations of the top 15 so far. So I expect, when you say Chapix, you expect aggression. He's this very troll guy, but he does not care. He likes to jump boxes. He's very good aim, some of the best mechanics in the game. Seti, on the other hand, very, very passive. We know him from Kami, Seti, and Teak before. Also one of the lowest elimination trios of past time, but them together, it's sort of uncharacteristic for Seti and Chapix to have this little eliminations in the finals. So not sure if it's nerves or if it's just the sort of situation to be set up in, but that's making the difference so far because the players above them, 3 average elimination, 3.4. Hookah and Zestin, 4.2 average elimination. That's basically 12 points per game that they're getting, which is ridiculous, Shayo.
Yeah, that's what Seti should be getting. You tell me that fact, I'm like, Seti. No, really? Like Chapix? No, I wouldn't imagine that these would be the players who are the most passive inside the entire game, but things do end up switching up, especially when you have, different people in different spots. Usually EU is a high ground slugfest as well. You look at height right now, it looks like old school NA West. People can just walk up 2 layers and gain height, right? We've seen the Twitter clips way back in 2019. Obviously, NA West is going to hype you with it inside the end games. I'm looking at some crazy shots in the air right now as well. You talk about Zestin and Hookah. They end up going down. Schmecky's going to pick a few up. But once again, what are we focusing on right now? Vino getting another elimination. It's 5, but they're still so far away. I'm going to keep stressing this. They can be 700 damage above. They could have, an Infinity Blade in their inventory right now, but it wouldn't be enough, because they're still 15 points behind. Boop, it's still trouble.
Yeah, and that was Vortexia going down there. So that was the team right above Venno and Joe. So they're slowly making their way through the top of this leaderboard. And Joe and Venno, they're in a very good spot. 5 eliminations going into this last game. And I feel like this is sort of what Venno sort of feeds off of. The more eliminations this guy gets, the more confidence he feels. The more confidence he has, the better he sort of goes for these high good retakes. And I'm expecting an explosive finish here from Venno and Joe, because surely this should be enough for them to qualify.
Absolutely. And the big thing too is that, they're going to want an explosive finish. Every team right here is going to want an explosive finish as well. Talk about explosions on the board. Seti actually stopping Art Skill. That is our de facto second place team overall. That might have taken over first when Savage, had a little bit of trouble this game, or if he still is alive, all the games are kind of blending in to one for me at the moment. But the top 3 isn't as relevant as the people on the cusp of top 8. And once again, we're at that POV before this end game starts. It's Nailu and Flixie. Top 8 qualifies. They are the 8th place team. Once again, you can see it on the bottom left. This is just for anyone new that's tuning in right towards the end. And 129 is the baseline that they have that everyone's trying to catch up towards. Every team we're watching right now, Boop, they're at 100 points. They're at 110. They're still about 20 points behind.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot for these northern teams, right? A lot of the time, when the zone is this close to you, you tend to sort of feel like, you know what, I don't want to waste a launch pad on the zone. I don't want to, use that movement right now. I'm going to be greedy, and I'm going to walk it. And that's maybe what Nailu here and Flixie are going to try to do. They're going to pop a pepper, trying to go for that supply drop, but, never mind, they're just going to go for the launch pad. So they're not taking any sort of risks in this position. I guess you could VOD review that in post and maybe see what the best play is there, to sort of save that movement. But in this situation, they're so close to qualifying, there's no point taking that risk, Shayo.
Is that Flixie that actually picks up elimination as they move? Yes, so they actually bump it up to 130 points overall, get a full refresh. I think the play was to actually get in to the zone and at the same time get a free refresh as well. That might be worth more than the launch pad. And you were talking about it in game 4, Boop, right? You can track who has pads around you. They'll keep in mind who opened up that airdrop and know exactly where that pad is. If they say towards the south side right now, they can still use mobility from someone else to get inside the zone.
You passed the test, Shayo. I'm so proud of you for remembering that. In the meantime, Seti is going to need that pride because Chapix has been eliminated in this game, and it is all up to the FNCS champion, Seti, to clutch this up. He did it in that previous game. He clutched up so much placement points in that position, but this time he does have the Spider-Man gauntlets. He does have a decent mat count, but this is a tough ask with 44 people left alive and the zone pulling away from him, Shayo.
I really want to see that 8th place team, though. I know these are all the POVs we're looking at right now. Link, Vino, 113, 120, Seti at 112, 11th, 10th, and 9th overall. We'll look at 11th for the moment. He has a possibility to clutch. But if that 8th place team goes down as well, that's going to be big trouble. Seti, off a solo clutch, he glides. Finally in. Stops a little bit. Issues with the crouch bind, but it's all good. He's finally up and alive. In a good spot to go for a few beams. Not going to see it there too much, too far. Flixie, though, 131 points. 8th place, and to get another big refresh. Look at the loadout, Boop. This is the best thing you would want in the end game. Peppers, the gauntlets as well. You have such good Storm Surge thresholds overall, and a front portion of the zone that's fully tarped out. Your builds are at max. You're living the absolute dream, and you and your teammate are alive.
My man is playing solid gold right now. This inventory is ridiculous. Still has his 2 peppers though in order to progress through this low ground, mid ground. Needs to be a little bit careful though in terms of elevation, because there's a lot of hills here that can sort of mess you up in this situation, Chayo.
Yeah, I'm looking at a little bit of hesitation from this team as well. Looking like they don't exactly know exactly what to do. They're not all the way in the front of the line. They're not editing, taking any shots on the backside of the box. Vino though is by himself as well. 6 eliminations. We've been giving him so many good props so far. Seti also a solo. It's 2 POVs, 2 journeys that might end here today in game 6.
And this is what I love about duos, right? It's all about these solo clutches. It is Veno versus Seti, all to play for this final. This is all that they need. They need to rely on themselves to clutch up, and only themselves. There's no teammate to help them out here. There's no one but themselves, and it is so much pressure. Veno is used to that pressure though, because he got second in All-Stars, but is he going to be able to hit the final shot this time, unlike in All-Stars?
We'll have to see. Vino's going to be going straight for it. No whips in action. He does not have the web shooters, just him. And a few splashes, a little bit of spice to get that step prepped and going. All the way up on mid-ground, he is running out of materials. It's the last brick wall. Metal actually taking over, an armored ramp to block off the way, but on the left side, Link will try to get all the way in. That's a 9th place POV. That's looking for a rat-a-tat-tat. A way to get Vino down, and they do clasp it over. Do they have enough points to go for that 8th place team? Nylu is looking desperate. Flixie, from a place of paradise now, is dropped down into doom. They have no shields. They're finally getting a little bit of their step back, a little bit of stability, but they're so far up high in the sky, beamed down from side to side. This is going to be tough for Flixie and Nylu. They're on the last brink of survival right now. This is so tough. The sprays from all sides. Get out of the box, guys. There's no way. It's a bounce back. They get saved by the zone, and they're in 7th now as well. This might be exactly what they need. Surviving that fight saves them possibly a spot in the finals.
Yeah, this is going to be super, super close, Yishao, with Janus and Vortex on the high ground as well, but Flixie and his teammate, they have just been surviving here. They have not been living, they're surviving, because this has not been an easy road to this. They are trying to claim this low ground, though. Another player trying to go through, but that zone pullback was so clutch, because if zone did not pull back there, it would have been the end for them, Shayo.
They have an entire new journey, a new path forward, but at the same time, there's no information. All they hear are just very scary footsteps above them. A nice pickup on the right side, but it's not going to be a full point finish for them, just the elims. And the match they need, Big Beam, that's 8th place right behind them. They can stop them in their tracks. 6th place overall for Nylu. Maybe we go and look over to Link. Yes, absolutely, 8th place overall. They're making this happen, and they're barely in with the zone. 40 effective HP. They can't go back in the line. Do they get a bounce back? No. They get squished in even more, and they have to move forward. 24th place in front of them. 9th place below. What can they do? They have to break apart every build. Only 5 mats left for Link. Default on the left. Link goes down. This is where Default shines. Down on the low. Nylu in front. That's a team right ahead of them. Could this solidify the qual? Back towards the storm. No! Stopped at 137 points. Fixley at 149. He's making this one work. They started at 8th. They're now 5 teams left. He lands a crucial shot to boost forward into 5th place. What a run from Nylu and Flixie.
Flixie is absolutely electric in this position. He has been popping players on this low ground, and he's still continuing to go on. 3 more duels left in the Janus and Vortex trying to drop down, and we have WK able, true to his name yet again, and he's in the box with him, another SMG shot. Now it's up to Nelu. He could shake things up now. I think it should be enough though for him to qualify, but you never know. Every single point counts. The edits are quick. He's in the box. The tracking is good, but the ramp comes out. 30 HP, and it's not enough for Nelu. Unfortunately, Janus and Vortex there win the final game here, and I don't know how many points they're on, Chayo, but this could shake up the entire leaderboard.
Absolutely, the comeback from so many teams on the bottom of the board, but the focus would be on the Flixie. The focus would be onto Nylu, starting off in 8th, not only holding the line, but elevating it entirely to go straight to 5th place with a phenomenal performance. That is just clutch when it's needed most. Janus, too, is there in the mix. A phenomenal run, a very good win overall with Vortex. We waited for it coming, but definitely the spotlight of that game was that 8th place team bumping into 5th. What a show from EU today, Boop. I mean, that was just insane. You two, the debut of the cast, you were just knocking off every single prediction over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes a little bit too easy to call these predictions, you know? That's why they pay me the big bucks. But honestly, Janus and Vortex, a little bit too slow to start. Maybe it might be their downfall, but they ended off very, very strongly. And hopefully, just hopefully, that's enough to put them into that top 8 position. But I'm not sure about that. We'll see, because that game was absolutely ridiculous. It's going to shake up the leaderboard so much, Shayo.
Yeah, it's a blender of a game for the standings. That being said, though, that's it from me and Boop. Big shout outs to Boop, though, too. He absolutely eliminated his time on the show. If you guys want more, stick around. There's many more regions to come, as well as this dash, because Zeke, Levin, and Reese, Boop, they have to break this down. Boys, I want to see your gasping faces.
There it is. There it is. That was my level of excitement. Whoa. Wow. I can't believe the action that we've gotten to see today out of qualifier number 2. It really does feel like this is a semi-final round flight, right? I'm thankful for that too, Levin, that a lot of these duos are looking at this and saying, if we want to make it there and we want to hold our own against those duos at that next step of the competition, we have to treat this today like that. And I'm just appreciative of that.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I was really excited after Qual 1. Qual 2 definitely didn't disappoint. If anything, it got even better. And coming into this now, I'm not sitting down, but I am metaphorically at the edge of my seat, waiting to see who were the last ones to push their way into the top 8. We saw crazy clutches there to close it as well. I'll be real, Reese, this is what Fortnite's all about.
It is indeed. We saw some mad clutches. Flixie in particular this time not jumping in a car in the end game, using his weapons instead, right? We saw right at the start of the moving zones, he managed to pick up a refresh, which was super critical, because you could even just tarp ahead, popped off shot after shot after shot after that alongside Nalo as well. Don't want to forget him out. Don't want to just give Flixie all of it. They've been great today. Definitely a team that has not qualified to an FNCS finals before. I've only started to hear about this time after them hitting a bunch of the round 2s and the cash cups, and they've already now punched a ticket to their first FNCS finals.
Yeah, super impressive. They have all the technical quality that you need to be a top duo, but clearly they've added a bit, finesse to their game. They understand what layers to be on. When they're on low ground, the understanding between the two of them to find refreshes and pick out the solo players and get their points up that way has just been sublime. And look, we can't always see who's going to be the best teams from Cash Cup performances, but you guys have been pretty decent in them, and now they'll be playing in the finals of FNCS as well. So a great way to enter your way into the EU professional scene.
Absolutely. A little tip of the hat there to Vortex and Janice coming in clutch there in game number 6, right? Being able to put everything together. Remember, they may not necessarily have qualified, but this is still series points, right? This is locking in that semifinals play for them. And then, so we'll see them next weekend, where they will look to compete for one of those spots going into finals. But still, I guess, Levin and Reese, how do we feel about this performance specifically? We haven't seen them do too much today. And then in this last game, yes, they do show up, but is it too late? Or are we no, it's fine. They just needed to make it into semifinals, and then we'll definitely see them in finals.
Well, expectations will be high in terms of Janice. He's been a duo champion before, right? And so I'm sure he will want to, reclaim that status, or hold on to it, I should say. It's not been what they would have wanted, but they definitely are on the right track based off of that last game. Vortex is just insane. You can see this here, right? The confidence to even go out for the pickaxe there when you're in the box is nuts. But look, it's not been their day particularly, but like you said, series points will be huge for them.
Yeah, and Qualifier 1 was won by a team who just popped off in their final game, and when I saw Janice and Vortex there, I thought, yes, but that sign next to their name unfortunately said 13th in the leaderboard, which is out of the top 8, but as you mentioned, that is valuable series points. They'll 100% made it through to the semi-finals, and a team of this caliber, I definitely think they can win a game, or at least get the qualification threshold to top 6, and make it through the finals. It would be sad to not have Janice in there, and I love watching Vortex as a crazy fighter to sit, and this duo together has been super good from those two reasons, so if they're not there, I'll be sad personally.
Yeah, I think we can have those high expectations like you were kind of talking about, Levin, especially in semifinals, right? They have this kind of week to take a look back, VOD review, and then come back that much stronger in the semifinal rounds next weekend. Let's take a look at our final standings, though, before we do say goodbye on the day, because remember, we're looking for that top 8. They auto-qualify and go straight to finals 2 weeks from today, but next weekend, everyone else is playing in the semifinal rounds if they've made it through on series points. So, Stompy, I've not seen your name all day, brother, but you made it in the top 7. That's absolutely crazy, but take a look who then gets knocked out, right? Link and Default. They almost did make it out. And kind of think about that, guys, that last interaction there. That literally cost them.
Yeah, that was everything. And I think coming into this game, they were sitting in 9th, right? And so with all the crazy stuff going on, you would have hoped, right, that they would have been able to sort of push their way in, but no, staying in that place. again, I don't even want to sort of belittle them by saying, oh, it's good for series points, though. They will be disappointed, right? They will be disappointed because, you know, coming into these final 2 games, Link obviously came third in the game before this, and they had some deep runs. Default as well will be ruined the day when he can get another chance to hit some shots on low ground, but it's one of those ones where they still did perform quite well on the day, and I think they should be able to take a lot of positives from it going into semis.
Absolutely, and it's, you know, this is where he cracked. Notice, just have a look at the crosshair placement, you know, look at the shots going through. In this situation in particular, you can tell he's obviously a little bit nervous there, thinking this is the qualification, and that elimination alone would not have qualified him. We just still need to get another placement threshold on top of that, because they would not have won the tie on eliminations total in the leaderboards. So, you know, that's what the difference between some of the players, like obviously we said Savage clutching up earlier, and Nas winning that game with nerves of steel. This is what some of the veteran players bring to the table, and what some of the more up-and-comers, the newers, the names that have just started to come up over the last couple of months are yet to have.
So tough, but it's good. We're back next weekend, 3 days of Fortnite action. Let's take a look at our predictions before we say goodbye. Once again, some of us are right, some of us are wrong.
Who's wrong?
I am 0 for 2 right now. I'm really struggling, boys. I'm real struggling.
Yeah, it's one of them ones, man. It's all good. I'll give you a pat on the back, but yeah, you got one wrong here. Look, Benji and Savage, huge game. Can we get some claps for Benji and Savage?
I don't know if you can hear my claps, but
I can't hear them. Look, if you're watching in Legends Landing, be sure to do your favorite emote for the big Benji and the big Savage. I'm sure all their fans across the world are super excited to know that these guys will be playing in the FNCS finals, and I can't think of anything better than to see these guys popping off there as well. Super impressed by how they did today.
Absolutely. You know, I obviously went with Andalex next squeeze. They came 14th, so good overall, but not the kind of top placement I was hoping. They definitely struggled a little bit off spawn in Kondo, which was unfortunate, right? Because any game they got off, they got deep into, like 4th, 6th eliminations in that final game there in particular. So they had a good comeback in the second half, but the first half, unfortunately, just wasn't for them.
It's weird because I remember thinking to myself, I wondered why Vidu and Reason gave Kondo to Andalex in their squeeze, and you know, maybe this was the plan all along. They thought, yeah, you guys can have it. You weren't even called from there anyway, guys, so don't worry about it. You guys can land there all you want. It's been a fun time, but look, hopefully, you know, going into semis, those guys can do something if they have enough series points to even make it there. But yeah, a lot of top teams not having the results they would have wanted. That's it. Sometimes you got to just hit the throwing board and come back stronger.
Next week is that time, right? One last opportunity to make it in on the bus, heading on to finals. That wraps up all the action here in EU. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, watching these 6 games. Remember, if you want more Fortnite action today, you still got the NA East team, and you also have the NA West team. So what are you doing? Make sure you come back for more action here from the FNCS. Until next weekend, we love you all. Stay safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Bye-bye, guys. See you in another one. Yeah, so this was really good, but I can't be bothered to watch anymore. So yeah, I really just can't be bothered to watch anymore. So yeah, let's just end it. Like, you know, me there just listening to while I'm just playing other games on your phone. You know, just.